watching Paris on a lot of these roams, I think that's where you'll find your focus. So I think these mages can really stand out for Paduk.
All right, let's see what the teams come up with on the Rift today. Two teams looking for revenge after a slow start here in summer. Let's send it over to casters.
That's us, we're casters, and we're here. It's me and Finn.
We're gonna cast.
Are we?
Cast?
Whichever one you want. It's like vase, vase. I think it's vase, but people
Vase.
say vase all the time. Anyway, starting off with Na'Vi versus Shifters, two teams that showed some promise, but not enough promise to win their series earlier in the week.
Yeah, I mean, I really want to see something more from Na'Vi today, because Na'Vi came into Versus, rookie lineup.
True.
We're European, we love rookie lineups, look at our past. And then they kinda didn't really deliver anything in spring.
Well, it's because they're not rookies anymore.
That is true.
They've had a whole split.
Okay, but
we need to replace them with 5 new players.
Historically, it's the second rookie split where you go to Worlds.
Okay, well, this is the third rookie split, and they couldn't go to Worlds in their second.
No, they could have gone.
So it's doomed, is what you're saying for Na'Vi.
I need to see more from Na'Vi, because we have Real Edge and friends so far. Real Edge, fantastic jungler, a lot of funny picks, a lot of great moments, but we haven't really seen the rest of the team kind of elevate themselves to that level that he's showing. And I think picking up a win today against Shifters would be a great step in the right direction, because Shifters, on the other hand, have looked better than in spring and in Versus. Obviously, Shio and Nuke, the old BDS boys are back in town, and yeah, we're gonna see if they can keep delivering good Dragon setups, as they always have.
Does look like Shio perhaps might be a little bit under the weather today, coming on the stage.
Dobar dan i dobrodošli u još jedan Let's dan. Je li ovo preglasno? Ja ne znam. Ne razumijem se. Jel me čujete uopće? Super, sve radi. Danas gledamo Na'Vi i Shifterse. Inače, jako dobri timovi. Ja sam Klara i ja sam danas vaš host i komentator za ovaj Let's. Ukrala sam u stream, rekla sam, hoću ja biti caster na jedan dan da vidim kako je to. Ovo je inače početak Klaratona. Hvala. Inače, sad ovoga, zeznula sam se, ali idu predikcije. Okay. Sad sam tu, sad sam prisutna. Mata, ti hoćeš kastovat? Pa ne, može, ja kastujem. Šta ćemo sad? Dobro, klasika, ono, Oriana ban, Bard ban, Camille ban. Malo mi je žao što ovoga nemamo priliku vidjeti Barda. Neću vas lagat. I opet klasika, Viktor. Ovo je svaki dan isti. Gdje je kamera? Nema kamere. Nema kamere, ali nema kamere u draftu generalno. Da li će biti kamere ovoga u gameu? Mislim da neće. Iskreno. Šta priča o velik very exciting? Nije exciting uopće. Ovo je svaki dan ovakav. Ali dobro, ajde. Nek mu bude. Danas imate ovoga priliku opet napraviti veliki upset sa predikcijama. Leona, ok. Ne sviđa mi se. Ovo su isti draftovi koji u zadnja 2-3 dana. Nisam vidjela ko je ovaj drugi caster. Znam da je jedan medika, ali iz drugog ne znam ko je.
the Nocturne, pots out the lights, and then you chuck in a Shen on top of him. Zahen, the answer into it. We have seen Mainta on this already once, but it is also a Relech type pick. He loves those 80
Nocturne je okej, ali nisam vidjela da ima neke dobre playeve zadnji put kad sam ga gledala.
I think if you're blinding Zahen, you're a very bold man.
What would you ban if you blinded a Zahen?
Virus and Vayne.
Okay, at the moment we ban Lock.
Yeah, so I think this Zahen will go into the jungle as it's picked into the Nocturne, and because Relech is just such a fantastic bruiser player, I would assume that's where it goes. Lock ban coming out now, a little bit later than usual. Prio on Lock has dropped.
Predikcije u chatu.
Hasn't had the best success on stage in the LEC, I think 0-3 so far. And teams are going away from the Lock and more into these bruiser.
Ezreal ban. Ja ne znam zašto, meni se Ezreal jako sviđa kao AD carry. Mislim ono kao... Ne znam, Sana ga ne gotivi, u fazonu je kao gubi dosta matchupa, bla bla bla. Nije nešto, ali meni se baš sviđa. Ne znam da li mi se sviđa zato što ga je Paze igrao i Paze ga igrao baš dobro. Vjerovatno zato. Lucian. Aha. Lucian milio je jak combo, baš. Sviđa mi se. Korki. Korki sam gledala na LCK-u isto, jako je dobro performavo. Igrali su Viktora sa Korkijem, ja mislim. Prošlo je jako dobro. Iskreno, Shifters nije nešto dobro krenuo. Tako da nije mi ni čudo da ljudi glasaju za Navi. Ziggs. Korki je jako gotivan. Bar ono što sam ja vidjela, dobar je. Olaf. Sviđa mi se Olaf. Doduše, ko je igrao Olafa pa ga je šotovo cijeli enemy team? Tipa nestoje u manje od sekundu. I nije ništa radio. Sviđa mi se Navi draft, iskreno.
If you fall behind in this matchup, you will most likely go 0-10. So, with the supports as well, I expect to see a lot of attention towards top lane.
Yeah, I expect that too. I wouldn't be surprised actually if it's a 2v2 lane top for a little while at the start, because supports don't lose too much from that. Let's talk about what these compositions want to do in totality though. On the side of Shifters, I see some good dive. You have the Olaf running at the back line, you've got the Shen and the Nocturne combination, and then you have Poke coming out from your Victor and Ziggs. On the other side, Na'Vi, perhaps a little bit more skirmish heavy?
Yeah. Navi's comp need Relech to be strong. If Relech is not strong this game, then Shifters can just dive past him and just kill their backline and be fine. But if the Zahen is one of the threats in the comp, suddenly if you dive through the Zahen to get to the backline, he will just stack up that passive and just run the fight afterwards, even if you kill one or two of his carries. So big eyes on Relech this game. On the Zahen, needs to make sure he's in a good spot so that he doesn't just get ran over by the Shifter's comp. Because Shifter has a very scary comp, a lot of dive, Olaf, Nocturne with a Shen ult and a Ziggs ult behind them. It's very hard to peel away from.
It's a pause, guys.
Pauza. Nismo ni krenuli. Periferija. Neko nije napunio miš. Doduše ja nemam info koji Sana ima kad bude pauza, tako da ne znam šta se dešava, ali da pretpostavim nekome je prazan miš.
informed if there's anything more major than that. You talked about how you want Relech, or how Na'Vi specifically want Relech to get ahead. What we haven't discussed is how they do that.
Yes, let me tell you.
Oh, you can just tell me. Yeah, I was going to give you some options.
Ne. Solo cast. Ne može niko drugi.
Okay.
That will be the battlefield for the junglers to fight.
Jesam, njegov je komp, ali ne znam gdje on dobija te informacije. Tako da, da li je Discord, da li je Slack, da li je nešto drugo, ne znam. Ali da. Jack sa Igniteom. Ovo će biti zabavno. Game od 45 minuta. Jel oni nemaju da displejuju ko ima koji skin? O? Smiren čovjek, nije flashovo. Vjerovatno je Discorda. Opet pauza.
First pause was for settings. I assume this one is also for settings. Because, again, players sometimes don't do their settings properly backstage. It happens. We've all had it, right? Like
Zbog postavka. Ima si toliko vremena namjestit kako i šta. Interesantno. Ali dobro. Brze su pauze danas. Nadajmo se da neće biti dugih pauza. Iskreno, ne znam matchupove. Nisam igrala poprilično dugo. Ali Viktor lomio u Syndru. To Mata, ti mi trebaš za matchupove. Opa. Lijepo. Lijep disengage. Od Zigza. Mislim, ne vidim kako oni engageuju na Zigza sa Leonom. I bit će jako boring botlane. Ali pretpostavljam da će zato roamovat non stop. Ne znam, ne sviđa mi se ova roaming support meta. Alga je isprebio lik. Dobro, jedan i drugi tim su overall 0-1. Tako da možda će stvarno biti blizu serija. Nije kidnapovan, doći će malo kasnije. O, morat će flashovat. Opa, lijepo, lijep dodge. Ali mislim da je mrtv. Ali ona se recallovala na vardu. Wow, nice. Jako lijepo. Tako je, Kevine. Poslat ću vam i Luija tamo još malo. Treba mi neki drugi pas.
talked a lot about it, right? It's like, can they play through topside? Can they harass Rooster down before he gets to level 6? Well, now Rooster is
Vidi, nisu mi poznati igrači, tako da možda nije loše
yes, he's down to summoners.
da su ga ubili early zbog mentalitija generalno.
They are winning in other lanes. I guess
Mislim,
he's got a bit of
profesionalan igrač, jer ne bi trebalo da utiče na njega, ali znate kako je. Možeš kod Kevina, slobodno. Bot lane jako zabavan kao i uvijek. Koji je ovo Corki skin? Sviđa mi se. Što ima jaja. Imate i vi. Repeat. Da li će uzeti bait? O! Nice.
Had no blanket of his own.
I mean, the real problem was that Rooster wasn't level 6.
Yeah.
He didn't have that Ragnarok. If he has that, I think he gladly takes the fight. You saw while Sten was fighting, he was hitting the minions, throwing axes on them, really trying to get XP. But this is the problem of having your support in your lane all the time. You fall behind in XP. It's true.
Da, sad krivi Shena što je romovo na top, pa ti ukru XP. Fair.
Good job all around from Na'Vi, and alongside that, Sheo really wasn't able to join the fight because he was coming through the tri-brush, and then he just immediately be jumped up by two people if he did go in. Good play to equalize the scoreboard at the top, if not the gold. 500 gold lead still here for Shifters.
Meni je ovo insane da su supportuju level 3. 4 sad. Istina. Shen ima grasp. Ali dobro, Basicova je poprilično na top laneu. Ja se nadam da sam stavila story na Instagram. To jest da se uploadovalo.
Neither team prioritizing early dragons. Both these junglers do like to get towards that level 6, and we've seen more action around the top side of the map than the bottom side. But I wouldn't be surprised if in about 30 seconds we do see some contests around these grubs.
I think Ridash really wants to avoid the Olaf. Olaf does really well into Zahen just because Zahen can't really get the Olaf off him, and the Ragnarok just keeps extending, and he is eventually winning that. When he goes into the passive, maybe the Ragnarok will fall off, but still, it's still a win. So I think Village really wants to fight together with Paris. They need to link up, really play off the Leona CC.
Ja navijam redovno, da.
It's a bad fight. He needs to be the carry in these early skirmishes.
We talk about map movements a little bit here, Finn. Somebody open through mid is now pathing up towards the grubs. Rooster has just been left.
Biće neki skirmish. Ja se nadam. Opa.
Will manage to escape. A little greedy, really, from Shifters to be that far up. It was a good flank from Na'Vi, but you know you're not contesting.
Yeah, but I think that's a big win for Na'Vi, to be honest. They used so much there, and meanwhile, Victor's pushing him in for free. They already dropped so much bot. Shifters does not care about the grubs. They're not going to hit towers this game. Sure, they have the 6, but they realized that Na'Vi overcommitted a little bit towards the top side, and is just pushing after waves. Really happy with that trade. Problem is, you might not have paranoia for this upcoming dragon, because you didn't really get a clean cross map. You did get a wave advantage made for the 2 waves in bot lane.
I think that's my thing, right? Like, I like Shifters being in the area in the sense that, hey, you have to invest as Na'Vi, otherwise we...
Ovi kasteri su jako dobro plaćeni kad pričaju o Volku. Iskreno.
Definitely Poby's flank caught him a little bit off guard. He'll flank go around as Poby's going to get caught in this gravity field, stunned up, Arcane Storm going down as well. Nuke now running low on mana. Poby not getting chunked out enough from the...
Neće ima dovoljno damage. Ovaj jadan Shen dobija batine ni kriv ni dužan. Ali vidite razliku između CS-a na top lane.
Mercury treads, and now a lost chapter. Like he had no damage at the time. Trying to chunk out his enemy lane, it makes sense before an objective. Shale stepping forward once again. Product coming in from the side. They don't have Stand United either. This is just a 2v3 look at the enemy take an objective. As Paris hits the Zenith blade, Shale still trying to step forward. It feels
Shifter's just sitting in the chair looking at Navi taking objectives right now.
Ne znam, meni se ne sviđa ovoga Ziggs kao pik. Mislim, okej je. Ali samo je ono smetalo. Moguće ovoga da internet ne radi, a moguće da je do tebe. Nema dropovanih fremova, tako da je do tebe, sigurno.
Which champion are we talking about? Jax or Zola? Yeah, but which champion is E-ing here? Jax. Jax, Counter-Strike, sure. So you hold
Olaf će biti malo strašan kad dobije iteme, a kako je krenuo, ide mu dobro. Fortuna za castera? Pa ne znam baš, mislim da ne. I da moram na čelavo. To sam ovoga zapravo pričala. Kad bude Klaraton, ja sam rekla zadnji gol, ili predzadnji, će biti da ja idem na čelavo. Ja sam se složila sa tim. Sad neko se nije složio, ali što se mene tiče, može. Ja sam za to. Dobro da ima smisla. Anivija sa zidom, zagradi ga treba okolo. Ali meni se sviđa Anivija kao pik generalno. Au, čovječ. Lik je samo nest. Klaraton je u sklopu Sajnatona. Stavit ćemo ovoga... Ovo je sad secret, ko je tu zna, ko nije ne zna. Biće Sajnaton i onda će biti u golu Sajnatona Klaraton. Znači ono, dođemo do gola, ide Klaraton. A svi znamo da je Klaraton bolji od Sajnatona. Hvala. Luiton još nije u planu, ali ovoga možda bude iduće godine. Vidi, ja se žrtvujem za content, znači ja sam bolji streamer. Hvala. Tako je, ljudi, tako je. – 13 minuta, 3 kila. Jako zabavan game. Kevine, pustit ću te iz podruma za vrijeme Klaratona. Ja na čelavo Sajna da pusti kosu. Oh my god. Ja ću njemu donirati svoju kosu. Tako je, Kevine. A šta Jax radi u Olafa? Kao ono, A Syndra healuje Viktora.
He does often make it work though. 3-1 on the Zahena across the course of his career. And Sheo looks for a Dustbringer. Sten stepping forward once again. Good Darking Glaive for the knockup, but Relech has to
Ow.
look out of the gravity field. Paris goes in and the solar player goes between the uprights. Paranoia, Mega Inferno Bomb there for the follow-up as Sheo tries to chase out the enemy.
Lijep spell shot.
Kobe with unleashed power forces Sheo low as well. Sambi stepping forward.
A Ziggs? Bože me saču.
Didn't use it. Meanwhile, Nuke tries to trade back. Stand United on him will shield him up. It's a mid laner for AD carry or for bot laner so far in this trade.
Ziggs ušetao u njih, šta se desilo? Čovječe, imaš range, bacaj bombice, zašto si u njima? I on je još imao flash! Šta? Ajde sad da vidimo opet. Vidi ga. On hoda u njih. On šeta. Vidi. Flash, gdje ćeš nazad? Ovo ko da ja igram Ziggs. Nisam upalila LOL godinu dana. Idola.
Which means that he does get knocked back by the scat of the week. Rifthold over to Na'Vi. As Shifters unable to find more than a single kill in that fight.
That was a good pick for Shifters. Na'Vi now with Mainter looked pretty strong in that fight. Obviously, what can Nocturne do against Jax? Counter-Strike being so annoying, and you can kind of use your Empower right before the Counter-Strike connects to deny the spell shield. And it's tough for Shield to walk up against him. This Na'Vi that started this, Relech is super low in the beginning of the fight, so that's why Shield walks in very confidently, but it's still 1v2. Rooster is on mid.
Yeah.
Rooster is so far away from this fight, and I think if it's a pure 5v5, Shifters does win this. But the fact that Shield walked in a little bit prematurely spelled his bane.
Yeah, it's also if he wants to try and smite steal, he has to go in
Baš.
time. Yeah, right. It's a difficult situation for him, but if you just wanted the fight, then he could have waited a couple of moments longer. As the gold lead still only sits at about 700. Na'Vi now
Corky damage.
trying to at least get vision control towards this top side. They're looking to see if Nuke is a possible gank. Well, it's going to be spotted on vision here. Jumps across with the Aureate Rush, and Stand is here to immediately follow up. A Paranoia there for the chase, and that was a great
Zašto?
forward from Relech. He looked for gold, and instead he only found the inside of a coffin.
Yeah, we said that he needs to walk together with Paris together. That's really the strong part of this combo, the Leona and the Zen. He kind of just jumped, like, he cannot jump that wall.
He flashes out of the middle, manages to survive because of it.
Yeah, but Duck has really been on this matchup this entire game. Feels like every single time we pan over there, somebody is getting some bumps in his face.
Ovo je kriminalno.
Keeping ahead on CS. Yeah. While it's all happening, as you can see, damage from the Ziggs and the Victor much higher in the early game.
And I think we're starting to see a little bit of the problem that Shifters has is that they are really strong in 5v5, but in the 4v4.
If Rooster isn't there.
Yeah, Rooster really is the main man. I mean, Relech jumped in there by himself, but I still think that Na'Vi can contest the 4v4.
I jedan i drugi tim rade ono nenormalno upitne plejeve. Kao... Šta? Nemam riječi. Zakasnio si, da. To je uvijek prvih 10 minuta. Od kad počinje draft. Iskreno, sviđa mi se što je ovoliko blizu partija, ne sviđa mi se što je ovoliko nekvalitetna partija. Ne, nisam impresionirana, stvarno. Zato što no trash talk, gledam neku drugu ligu u jutarnjim satima, mnogo više mi se sviđa. Mnogo više. Ne vjerujem da je zapravo. Iskreno, ne znam šta se dešava. Zašto nije samo slamovao u zid, pored Olafa da ga ubije? I, da, kako je Shen, šta je Shen radio tamo? Dobro? Aha. Dobro, ako se s nama ovo zid, mislim da bi za Hen umro, nisam vidjela da je bila na pola healtha. I BL nije u jutarnjim satima. Istina nije. Hoćeš hrvatski jezik na streamu? Dobro, okej. Lijep kolaps. Ja mislim da Kork je bio stalno okovan, konstantno. Knock up, u Fear, u Taunt kad je došao Shen. Jako lijepo. Mata, znam da nije uporedivo sa našim mečevima, ali znači, toliko je nebo i zemlja je razlika. I ovo me boli. Pitaće Shanga da kastujem spike gameove. Mislim, ja nisam nemam... Možda da igram LOL, kao svaki dan, znala bi šta se dešava bolje u gameu. I možda bi pričala malo više, ali pošto ne znam, ne igram. Nemam inside info ko što imaju ovi kasteri. Negdje u svijetu jeste u jutarnjim satima, pa mislim da. Ok. Ali nije ovdje. Ne znaju ljudi gdje hodaju, pa ne znaju, ja stvarno ne znam. Za Hen je ušeto u grabove gore, kao oko čega se ti boriš, nema Rift Heralda, nema Barona, ti si samo ušeto i umro, dao kill. To silver gameplay, mislim, ovi ljudi igraju bolje nego ja sigurno, ali kao, igraju ko silver i bit će 40 killova u ovom gameu. Ali nema 40 killova jer ne znam zapravo kako nema 40 killova u ovom gameu, ali dobro. Da više igram, sad bi me glava boljela. Pa vjerovatno da. Da ima više killova, zapravo bi bio zabavniji game. Ovako je samo dosadno. Što duže ide ovaj fight, to manje healtha imaju zbog Zigza. Zig samo baca bombice. Vidi, nema healtha. I sad moraju da daju Drake. Bravo, casteru. Answer to poke comp is hard engage. Ja ne znam zašto ja flamujem čovjeka. Nije ništa skrivio. Sve je točno rekao. Get the momentum because they had the control of this area. They were first in the river, but still they got pushed off the objective that they had the sort of control. Yeah, because of the poke, as you say. And if you ever do go for the dive, paranoia comes down immediately, and then you're separated from the entire team. You can see it's been pretty shit. Favored so far as Ziggs u Jacksa. Dobro, lijepo. Asus se komitovali na ovaj kill, bože. Ko je ovaj drugi caster? Te, šta radili? Opa, kakav flash mladog Zahena. Uf. Uf. Šta je ovaj damage? Stao na bombicu. Ovo je sve lošiji od loših play-ova. I šta sad? Šta je sad otišlo po zlu? On je ušao samo njih. Vidi Korkija kako umire. Jedna, druga, treća. Aha, bilo je Q.
It's an interesting choice. I mean, if you're hitting missiles onto the Victor and onto the Ziggs, I can kind of get it.
Yeah, I mean, they need to take the burst, and I guess the Collector plays into that fantasy. True. You need the burst, you need to find a quick pick before the fight, because if the fight breaks out, I still favor Shifter's comp so heavily.
Interesting now that Na'Vi have managed to garner themselves a little bit of a gold lead. This is something, well, a gold lead is something
jako napet game.
A lot versus KC. However, it was early game gold leads. This game they have not been in an early game gold lead predominantly. It's been mostly shifters. So my question is, after Na'Vi lost to KC twice, having 4000 gold advantage.
Al Korki i Ziggs damage burst koji imaju baš je nerealan.
And then coming back.
That would be truly counter-logic.
That could be the Na'Vi strategy. Lose the early game, which they did successfully in this game.
Yeah.
And now they're starting to come back.
I mean, they are taking some good fights. I will say that fight was kind of given to them by Shifter.
I mean, sure, but this is the LEC, man. Sometimes you just have to rely on other people making mistakes.
Luke now level 16 on the Victor, the highest in the game together with Mainter. He doesn't even have a quest that gives him extra XP. Super strong, very tanky.
Dobro, engage na Leonu. Zanimljivo. Oh.
Scenario. I think Stan taunted over the wall, didn't really get the shadow dash on anyone, and then just kind of stood there hitting. Didn't really have any peel from the Jax. And he's building towards that Sonias, and I think when he gets the Sonias, it will be very difficult for Shifters to deal with him if he gets to the backline. If he gets a good flank, a good TP angle, or if, again, Shifter just commits too deep, he could do a lot of damage to the backline.
He does have his secrets, so he's got a little status, if not the extra damage that you get from having the full Zonias, because that needs the larger rod. On the other side, we see Product now has finished his Void Staff. Hasn't actually built the tier into anything, it's just sitting on a 360 stack tier. Nuke yet to get his third item. And with how far ahead he is of Poby, you have to feel on this reset we're going to see that third item out of Nuke. And then we're going to see a Drake fight. Is it Shadow Flame?
Shadow Flame or Sonias is where I'm looking at. But
Oh!
He just sold the Amtome.
Who needs books when you can have a nice hat?
Yeah.
It's a good discussion from Nuke overall, I think. Get rid of the libraries, more hat shops.
Yeah.
As Na'Vi's
hats have really fallen out of favor though. No one wears hats anymore.
Dobro, sad ide skirmiš oko Drakea. Možda vidimo nešto zabavno. Neki game decider. Ali Zig će samo da ih... Oh! Ništa, vrati se nazad u bazu. Ok, flash. Ide. Ali ne... Oh. A gdje je Ziggs? Dobro, ne, mislim, mogu da ih pukuju, ali Zehen je živ. To je njihov Drake. Ne čuje se. Kako se ne čuje? Ne čuju se kasteri ili... Trebao je samo za Hena da bije. Klara.
And now it's a 3,000 gold lead for Na'Vi. They get their second drag into the game. They delay Shifter's possible soul. And we've been talking about it like we were still favoring Shifters. We think the team fight comp works.
Internet malo umire.
Over the last couple of team fights.
I mean, I said that whoever gets the early kills top is going to run away with the game. I said that it's going to matter who kills top first because when Jax is behind
Kasteri i...
Jax is bing chilling. As Shio goes in onto Corki.
Then going in as well as they shut down somebody. That's a lot of gold taken out of Na'Vi's pockets. A Ragnarok forward as well. The Grim Deliverance only...
Lijepo. Imaju Barona. Koliko blizu game, bože. Ide samo back and forth. Dobro, mislim, on umire za ovo, šta ne, nema šanse da se izvuče. Dobro, waste je vrijeme. Ok. I jedno i drugo bi se trebalo čuti jedno u istom ovoga intervalu. Sad ću vidjeti. Ne, čuo se. Mislim, upala sam sad preko telefona pa sam čula, ali... Čuje se samo jako slabo. Što bi trebalo biti ovoga slučaj? Iskreno, sviđa mi se njegov prijedlog da draftuje te šaka u džungli i u Orianinu midu. To bi baš bio ono flashy combo, neću vas lagat. Ide ti pej, opa, flash. Ja... Nema ništa. Opa! Dobro, iskreno, lijepo igra Ziggs. Tu je negdje. Ima nekih obaveza, pa ovoga... Rekao je meni da se isprobam u kasterskoj karijeri. Vi kako je lijepo disengage-ovo. Ali Jax je flashovao u njih. Anaki. Pazit ću, rekla sam mu da ne zna raditi svoj posao. Ja sam rekla da ja to mogu bolje. I ovoga, eto. Sad sam ja tu, on nije. On je rekao, važi ljubav i ti znaš najbolje, izvoli. I to je to. Baron play nije bio neki Baron play, iskreno neću vas lagat. Ali opet idemo back and forth. Ali kako mi se čini, Na'Vi ide malo bolje. Imaju upper hand. A i sviđa mi se njihov draft više. Ali ovaj Olaf bije, baš kida ga. Kevine, znaš šta meni fali? Meni fali ovoga znanje. O lolu. Ja nemam 15 godina iskustva. Nemam generalno iskustva u kastovanju nikakvom, tako da... Ok. Daju tower. Za Drakea? Koji nije ni sol? What the fuck?
Drake for inhib tower. How you feeling about that one?
I think Navi's still happy with that. The mid lane tower doesn't really matter. I mean, it does.
You're also losing a blue buff. Is that entirely?
Sad on zapravo pravi ručak.
Good one.
Yeah. It wasn't an intention. Sure, whatever, man.
Iskreno ovoga čudne odluke, ali dobro. Gold je jednak. Killovi su jednaki. Ok, na Korkija. Nema dash. Ovo je free kill.
That's their fight win.
I mean, that's a good thing for Navi though, because this means next fight will be theirs to win.
Yes.
They only lost one member and their team fight lost.
It's so true, man.
Iskreno nemaju barona, nemaju nikakav objektiv osim tureta. Ali ja mislim da Ziggs lagano uzima ovaj turet. O, lijep stan. Strašno kako su se lijepo kolapsovali na njih. Olaf sam. Olaf je skoro dobio 2 kila solo. Kakva životinja, bože.
Shifters win the next team fight. Yeah. Actually, instead of that, we can do confetti up here next to their name. So we expect shifters to win. You want to put it under? Are you putting dumpster fire on the other side?
Bila bi najbolji caster duo. What the fuck? Ne bi. Šta je ona vatrisa tamo? Kakav stan, čovječ. I onda ga ih još privuku unutra. Baš su ga klepovali. Ovo će biti jako brz baron. Prvi baron za Navi. Deki, ja nemam malo iskustva, ja imam 0 iskustva.
Maybe it's a little bit too early because they still have to respond to side waves.
Yeah, you still have 2 minutes.
Gonna take some drakes. But Navi will clear the vision here, will be able to push in those waves with this Baron, and I think they should be able to get position for Drake now.
I think if you're shifters, you really want Product to get another 1,100 gold. So he can finish up this Rabadons before the next fight. If he's at 5 items with the Rabadons, he's so much more powerful. QSS on Samdi as well. Watch for that.
Iskreno, ako Korki ima flash, ne znam šta Noctur može u njega uraditi. Doduše, jako je teško pušovat protiv Viktora i Ziggsa. Ovo će biti baš dugačak game. 1/3 help. Ovaj lik uljeće i ne prašta, ono. Uf. Šeo je ulto i rekao ja idem. Ja idem. Ćao tim, vidimo se. Dobro, GG. Mislim, rekla sam da će tako se završiti partija. iskreno jako, ono, back and forth game. Bio je dosadan, ali bilo je zabavno što je bilo toliko blizu. Eto, idemo na pauzu. Pa bio je dugačak game, koliko je bilo? 40 minuta? Eto, idemo na pauzicu 7 do 10 minuta. Pa se vraćamo sa drugim gameom. Vjerovatno nije ni zadnji, s obzirom koliko je ovaj bio blizu.
As to what I saw and witnessed in this game. There were so many moments where it all just kind of was like, oh yeah, we've got some things that are working, some ways that aren't, but I thought it was a decent time to kind of bring together a little bit of a compilation for us.
All right.
Yeah.
What is it about?
Well, what I wanted to do is have a legally distinct wild ways to int.
There's been quite a few.
Was insane. So many moments in this game, like Shea, I was like, where the hell are we going in this one? There was, like, every single minute seemed to be a new way, where we just have a wild way to int. And I think the music sets the tone perfectly as they start to roll on through a ledge, not actually waiting for a sweeper to proc before he hopped over the wall to die. Like, I think this was just a beautiful moment for everyone involved, you know? I think it was great.
Yeah, Stan forgets that flash is something that you can do against the Shanton. And then he's under the tower.
Yeah. It is tough when the enemy uses their buttons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Shifters stopped doing that after the mid-game, so...
Yeah. Well, they did, just maybe accidentally as they, like, fell on their keyboard and split all their hands.
Listen, at least they had fun doing it. And even if they didn't, we did, watching them. Something that we keep on seeing, though, in this meta is bot lane is not a duo lane anymore. The duos abandoned the Princess AD carries. I know, like, it's been a
lane
while
swaps are back.
Yeah, lane swaps are back, and now the duo lane is on the top lane.
That's what it looks like. That's what both teams kind of decided for here. And you saw that Sten decided to stay. Paris was here as well, which we didn't see, but he decided to abandon his top laner, while Sten said, okay, I'm just going to bully you and not let you farm.
Yeah, and I love this opening, because Sten ended up being able to force away main turn on this top side, so you guarantee this push coming through for the Olaf. And then Rooster used this really well, because it sets up for this freeze, where then Sten revisits onto the top lane before Jax can get the reset.
And what's very funny is that Paris was here as well. He also just recalled before we watched this footage. So it feels like back-to-back that Paris is like, I'll cover you, but never mind, I don't want to stay here, while Sten fully committed to the bit.
Yeah, and I mean, that's kind of what the support meta is, right? It's committing to the bit, like having that perseverance to outperform, and it ends up in these moments where this one was a little bit of a turnaround play, where I think Sten kind of, at least Mainter, going to be happy that he got his whack back against the enemy support, but realistically, I think this is where we're kind of seeing that, like, support battle really can, I was going to say make a difference, but it doesn't seem to make a difference, because
it didn't make a difference.
Then it just all goes pear-shaped.
What made a difference here in the end? Because Jack Spectre, I'm gonna quote what you were saying backstage. I did that again yesterday, but it's fine. The fact that Navi have a really hard composition to play here against Shifters, and you're right, because this support jungle duo was really obnoxious. You just turn off the lights. Shen is following up with the Nocturne. So how did that make it happen?
I mean, I feel like Shifters held all the cards because they had longer range. They could poke, but they also had better engage with the Paranoia and the Sun United, as you say. But what Navi had is like a tankier front line, and they have like really good tools if you engage, you know, like if the Leona can get her CC down, if Reledge can auto-attack and get his passive off, then they can do a lot. And I just didn't think that Shifters would give it to them. You see the damage of Siggs, right? He did 50,000 damage. I truly believe you play this game again, and Siggs just pokes, Shifters just wins, you know? This was a near full build Siggs that could easily play, so I'm doubling down. I think the Shifters...
Any other team!
I think you have to, right? Like, I fully agree with you. Like, this should have been it. But, like, I do think that at least for Navi, like, if we're good... Look, they got the win, right? And I I do think it was kind of going back to basics for them a little bit, because we saw the Jarvan the other day wasn't quite working out for them. So instead, they're putting Relech back onto what was his comfort, because we had this graphic that we showed yesterday that kind of emulated what we expected to see from Relech, which was this kind of like, hey, I play towards like the Aatroxes, I play towards the Zahens. These are the things that we've seen him have the most success on back in LEC Versus. And as we came into spring, he tried to go more towards the Vi's and the Jarvans and these kind of things, but it hasn't quite been working out. So this to me says that Navi are going to try and go back to this style of Relech on these carry picks, on which he can be a little bit funky, a little bit off meta, and try and see if he can hard carry through that. And we got to see it at moments in this, especially where he was diving into the backline and having big effects, as maybe Sheo went a little bit too deep.
So Navi going back to what worked for them, Shifters going back to the shift. You can take the players out of the team, but you cannot take the branding out of the team in the end. I'm just wondering, what can they do? It always comes down to the same mistakes, the same ways to lose games, regardless of the players they have.
What do you want me to say? Like, you watched that game. They came in and I was like,
You're the expert.
Way.
I don't
They're
know.
supposed to lose. They're supposed to be experts. I watched this game and was like, this is over. Like, you've got this Olaf is like 800 gold ahead. You've got a Ziggs who's poking from a million miles away. I'm watching Relech jump over a wall blind and die. And I'm like, what is happening? Like, there's everything should have gone the way of Shifters. And then Abby's like, we got it. I'm like, what do you want?
Yoinked again. It's all about that shift, baby. And they're back on Summoner's Rift. Navi grabs game 1. Let's see what happens next. It's gonna be fine like that. I promise.
My check. Hello, guys. Hello.
Shut up, bro.
Hello, guys. Hello, puppy. I'm here.
Olaf is coming. Olaf is coming. Olaf, no flash. Look, knock. I like him. Look, Sonic Victor is there. Back then ICC. Okay, he's done, I think. Good fight. Olaf, kill Olaf. It's good fight. Look, I'm going to Olaf. We win. Look, Hork. Knocked him. Nice, good job, guys. Brother, let me try.
Wait, brother. Let us break this instead, brother.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
What is this, brother?
Perfection.
I'm your champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
In your best man speech, you said my wife is funnier than me.
That's factually correct.
Okay.
We're in range.
Nah, it's fine, man. It's fine. Relax. I've got this. I have years and years and years of experience.
Yeah, but it's gonna.
And there we go. Look at that. What are you so worried about? two that I can promise will surprise. Because we were very surprised in game one. Every single team fight, and no clue really who was going to win. Hopefully game two continues to deliver that.
He's right, you know. I mean, that game one was very surprising on many fronts. But we are right now headed into draft for game two. And already Jace being taken out. I think the strongest top laner on this patch makes sense.
I vraćamo se sa drugim gamom dana.
He'll make you regret it. Yeah. Make you regret
I was
it.
gonna say yellow and blue, but
Još jedan zabavan game
Battered and bruised, yellow and blue.
koji traje 45 minuta.
You can use that if you want.
Battered and bruised, yellow and blue.
Well, I put
Evo ga i predikcije.
it's a separate saying. It's not one whole saying.
Yeah.
Black and blue probably is what we use
That
more
is maybe
commonly
the
than
more
yellow
common
and blue.
term.
But echemosis, like bruises, do turn yellow, so that makes sense.
Yep.
And in this draft,
Nadam se da ste spremili grickalice,
color palette.
hranu i šta god
The Javans also found a way
true,
of
yeah.
patching.
da preživite ovaj game.
Jace, Poppy, and Locke, Navi's bands. Oriana joins the Casio with the Jarvan from Shifters, who
Nema niš od Arijane, nažalost.
blue side. And Navi with first pick here.
Yeah, maybe you go for a jungle pick here or an mage. It's a little bit tough because most of the power picks are out.
Kalorije.
Oriana being
A,
means that there's no Oriana Kali matchup.
uzmi
Away.
led i stavi
Play here.
zero sirup preko toga.
Thinking about what you decide to play. Camille available.
Camille is available, but
Opa, ide Camille.
does make sense because the Shen and Leona is out and
Jel očekujemo Barda na drugoj strani?
I think we'll most likely see a Rel as the answer. Has been the most popular. I was thinking that Jax is a good Camille answer. We won't see it now, obviously, because
Silas support. I'm gonna
Silas
say
for
it
the
until
Camille.
it gets played.
it's an answer, all right.
It's a good answer.
Imaš ga zakupiti u jednoj ovoga
Yeah, I think Rel
radnji.
a lot more conventional.
Yes, exactly. But it was convention to only play AD carries in the bottom.
Mislim da je ukus
I'm waiting for my tanks in the bot lane medic.
limun, limeta,
As the Anivia is locked in,
jako je dobar.
will probably not be matched by the Syndra.
Yes, imamo Anivia pick.
By Fearless.
Volimo Aniviju.
Right now there aren't that many really good control mages. You can go something like a Way if you really want to outrange her.
You could
Jako ovoga balansiran heroj na midu, na topu,
mid isn't the easiest, but you do have
na
good
botu.
on a Camille.
Yeah, and I think the good thing right now is you could take a scrappy mid because you have the Camille coming to your lane. You know that it's on its way. Rumble.
Rumble, dobro.
Bit of a takeaway
Šta
as
god.
well from Shifters. Obviously, this could also be Anivia top, right?
Yeah.
I think especially when you see the Rumble, then Anivia top becomes a lot more not delicate, delicious.
Likely. Yeah.
Delicious.
Or more delicious. Oh,
Yeah, yummy,
my
yummy.
taste buds are tingling at the possibility of a bird into a yordle in the top lane.
Not eat frozen chicken though. Might just as a disclaimer.
That is true. You need to make sure those bacteria don't get to you, man. Salmonella.
Aj, sviđa mi se ovaj pick.
Find it in uncooked chicken meat. As the Vi is locked alongside this Rumble, no real surprises that you're looking for an engaged jungler, someone that can dive in with this Camille. Ezreal will be the answer from Product for Shifters, so they are looking for a more conventional composition so far. I do like the Anivia and the Rel into divers. They punish people that are in...
Iskreno, sviđa mi se Shiftersov komp više nego Navijev.
Doing to help this Rel because right
Trenutno.
now the Rel is pure peel.
Sure.
And if you just want to peel, there are better options than a Rel for your team.
True.
And I want to see them set up something that she can fight with in the jungle. I want to see Shio play something like a bruisery champion.
Xin Shao?
Xin Shao, Lee Sin, anything like that. You're against
Predikcije su vam otvorene.
He's on the Vide though, so you will not be running into some cheeky picks.
Yeah, you know exactly what you're playing into in the jungle, unless this Vi is somehow flexed into top lane and it's Rumble mid.
I think the champion I'm looking for right now is Wukong.
Yeah,
or
I like
Shio
Wukong too.
possibly is a good answer into the Vi. Does win before level 6 and can still do a lot of damage even when after 6 when he gets his Cyclone.
There's also the option of just being a tanky frontline. Like, you could run something like a Sejuani. Sejuani, Rel, for team.
Ja mislim da se Joani nismo vidjeli
And then something that does damage in top lane. I quite like that as a composition.
You definitely need a
protekle
Sejuani.
2 nedelje,
Something like
sigurno.
Ed, Jax, Aurelia, Aatrox, something that can scrap with
Gledala sam ovoga Aatrox AD carry-a.
a melee top. I like it. I do think your mid
Jedini razlog zašto je Aatrox AD carry bio dobar je zbog loka na midu kojeg su imali.
Navia Mercs is pretty good. So I'm looking for something else. Talia being banned is something that Kobe has played quite a bit, and it's a good combo with the vibe, so it makes sense. As we see Navi targeting the skirmish junglers. The Skarner ban, I'm not sure if I love, because I do think that shifters need a little bit more
Ništanci. Fair.
I think the Skarner fits similarly to where the Sejuani was in my brain,
He's
which
kind of the new
is it's
Sejuani.
more disengaged, right? It's more, hey, you come in, okay, I impale you. Good luck. Let's see
Oh.
if you win out on this fight. It looks like Shifters are following your mental game plan in terms of going towards a skirmish-heavy, damage-heavy jungler, at least in the early game. Lee Sin, the current hover, but Neferi is going...
Ne sviđa mi se na Fieri. Ne. Ja mislim da svaki put kad sam gledala gamesa na Fieri je izgubila.
So I'm already looking for some early invades coming out from Shio, and he does need some setup in that. He probably wants some pushing lanes. Estral does get pushed. Maybe I can push in some matchup, but I really want to see them use their top lane counterpick well now, because I don't want to just...
Dobro, Varus.
Pushed in all game. I think Mbessa would make a little bit more sense, but we'll see where they take it. As the Rumble is locked in for some D, it's gonna be a rare AD carry Varus. I feel like I've seen this champion top lane so much these days.
I think with the Terminus changes, we're seeing a little bit more AD carry, but also the Varus that we saw on...
Inače u LCK-u se više ne igraju magevi na botu. Ja ne znam, jesu imali neki gentleman's agreement ili nešto, ali da. I Annie, jako skilled. Ništa, Navi dobija. To je moja predikcija.
I do hate Cassandra Rumble matchup. It was the only matchup we saw in spring, in versus, I mean.
Ne sviđa mi se na Fieri i ne sviđa mi se Xante.
He will be good. It will be very difficult to catch him, and that is a good thing, because it is, as you highlighted, Medic, Navi has a very cookie cutter catch comp. Everyone, except for maybe Mainter, has a way to catch people off guard. You have the Camille ult, and all the ults pretty much.
Mata, nemoj, ostani. Možda nešto oni znaju što mi ne znamo. Mislim, ja ne znam puno, ali očigledno znam malo više nego njih. Kladio si se na... Ne. Znači, Ani, R i to je to. Do duše. Anivia range. Ovo će biti još jedan spor game. Ne znam, pola drafta mi se sviđa na Navi ovoj strani, pola drafta mi se sviđa na Shifters ovoj strani. Opa! Da su dobili jaje, bilo bi worth.
Well, I think the logic there was that we talked about how Shio really wants to invade. Poby is trading a lot of HP for an egg.
Marko nije shift nego bez I.
But I think Navi really wanted one lane of pressure they could use. If the Annie is pushing in the Nivea, it becomes so much harder for the Neferi to invade the Vi.
Dobili su ja istina. Nice. Bilo kuda neću reći to sad, ovoga nije prikladno, ali svuda. Da. Kevin je jako smiješan, da. Dobro. Tradovanje flashova. I taman još 10 sekundi i gotovo. I pauza. Šta vi?
Yeah, we have a short pause. We'll find out exactly what's going on when we do. But Finn, I have a quiz for you that Anna sent me.
Uoči ja kviz.
Can you name the 5 players in your career that you have played the most games with in the LEC?
In the LEC?
Yeah.
Well, it has to be Lars.
Aha, to je pitanje za njega. Nema veze.
Are you doing this in order?
No, do you want me to do in order?
Yeah, give me your number. If you just name all 5.
Okay.
Evo ga, vraćamo se u game. Ne moramo više slušati kastere.
Inspired.
Yep.
Now it's harder. I'm gonna go with Woolite and Vander.
Vander is second. That was correct, but it's actually Hans Sommer over Woolite.
Hans Sommer, yeah, because we went further.
You what?
2020, then we did 2019. That makes a lot of sense.
And that was a nice little way to fill the 30 seconds of pause that we have to get back on into the game. Stend is mid, as is Paris.
Inače, znate onaj štap ovoga... Opa, gledaš? Ovo je free kill. Nema veze. A nije imala flash, nije imala egg form. I preživjela je. Uglavnom, znate onaj štap što ovoga koristite da bi češkali leđa? Ima ovaj što se extenduje. Ja extendujem to i onda češkam luje dok leži u krevetu. A ja ovoga komentiram ovaj game.
Navi's very adamant about not letting him.
I mean, that's kind of what you have to do in the current meta, right? Yeah. As Rusa goes forward with the Pathmaker here, dashes back with the footwork, it should be fine. Sheo on his second clear has a pickaxe and that control ward. Trying to get through his jungle as quickly as possible so he can get towards that level 6. We haven't seen the invades that perhaps we expected from shifters in the early game. As Paris is caught a little bit here. Still no flash. Tactical sweep. Arcane shift forward. Hookshot wall dive. Good flash forward from Stenner.
Dobro. Idu flashovi. Nice.
Shifters on the board for first blood.
And that's what you get for level 1 cheesing, boy. No flash on you, Camille. I was gonna say no one is happy to meet see Camille get punished, but I am casting you medic, so maybe you're happy.
Ako sad Lanivija ne umre, ja ne znam. Bravo. Jako lijepo. Korisne informacije sa Klarom. Hvala, hvala. Biću tu dok Sajna napravi ručak. You don't get to be like, hey jungler, gank me 3 times, please. You need to be this tall to get a jungler camp you, okay? You gotta be Poby level. You have to have subbed for Faker at some point, otherwise you're not allowed to say that you need constant ganks. You need at least a few roads that lead to you. Some of them at least, yeah. Say, Paris, chucked away by Stend and Faduk again on this bottom side. Still does not have that flash. With the Essence Flux hitting, Paris in danger. Iskreno, Ezreal je pogađa kulove. A Nivija bi sad trebala imat jaje nazad. Tako da nema ništa ovoga od solo kill. Šta je za ručak? Nemam pojma. Ide kravica.
Shifters really wanted to deny the level 6 spike as we talked about before, but Reledge does a great job in the early game to navigate this map state to get that level 6 super fast. One level above Shio, and that's the power of this comp of Navi. They're pick, they're lockdown, they're CC, they're damage, they have everything.
Istina, imaju sve. Imaju jako puno stanova. Ali malo me strah ove Anivije u late game. Doduše imaš Annie koja će samo bacit flash ulti i shotovat će ti cijeli tim.
His Zehen defined the later game team fights. Now, his Vi is defining the early game. 1-0-1 has got them the first dragon. Now set up for the grubs in 30 seconds time.
Really has been a player to watch for this Navi squad. Reledge, ever since the moment he came into the league, has really had such a cool play style. Yeah. So many unique champions, so aggressive, always looking for the next play.
Nisu mi poznati igrači, tako da ne znam šta da očekujem od njih. Ali trenutno su sad 50-50. Ni tu ni tamo. Navi je malo bolji. Tipa 60-50. Ako se napravi nešto loše, zna on, samo se pravi da ne zna.
Fated Ashes first instead of the Haunting guys does also make sense. It's a small gold lead for Rooster because of those plates, but nothing too
Znam
overall.
tipa 2 ili 3 igrača koji su bacili rename i bacili su rename zato što su generalno jako loši i imaju lošu reputaciju bilo zbog gameplaya ili zbog toxicity-a, tako da ok, fair.
Often see Camille's try to hookshot wall dive in the middle of a crash down or in the middle of a zenith play. It's like, just don't do that. Just wait and you can escape. It's easy enough, but you can be interrupted if you're in the middle of that.
Torte lazanjem u Superiru. I kad smo kod lazanja, jede mi se lazanje. I znaš da je bilo u jednoj radnji proteinska lazanja. I zapravo je bilo ok. I žao mi je što nisam kupila još. Jer pretpostavljam da sad više ni nema toga. Ali kao ono, šta je proteinska lazanja? Jel nije svako lazanje proteinsko? Ima meso. Znam ga. Interaktivan mid lane. Ok, kolaps na bot. Iskreno. Dobro, 1 za 1. Ili ima stan? Nema stan, bacio ga.
Commit there from shifters to cover that play. 2 TPs used from their solo laners does end up salvaging the play. And Shio is still chilling. He's farming up for his voltaic. Has it now. Yeah. He's growing and growing. Really good cover there. Very bold play by Navi. Yeah. I think that play is good if you know they don't have TP to cover, or if your top laner is like, I can cancel the Cassante. But he's a Rumble. He can't cancel the Cassante TP. Sends everything onto Badak. But Sten blocks the Varus ultimate, crucially.
A zašto je otišao turet? Mislim, ok, kao, umro bi sve jedno, ali da je otišao kako gore, imao bi veće šanse da preživi. U Italiji jesmo. Naručili smo kao normalni ljudi, naručili smo porciju tjestenine. I onda kad smo završili tjesteninu, naručili smo porciju lazanja. I onda kad smo završili porciju lazanja, naručili smo dezert, naravno. Jako ukusno, iskreno. Lazanje je tu i tamo ono isto. Šta je drugačije, ono, baš drugačije, je pizza i tjestenina. Znači, to je ono. Jer išli smo u, lijepo ulti, dobar chunk, free Drake. Tjestenina, generalno, oni za divno čudo nemaju špagete. Kao kad ti neko kaže, špagete bolognese, ti misliš Italija. Ne, oni to nemaju uopće. I tjestenina je handmade. Nema ono kupovno da ti naprave i da ti daju, nego prave tamo. Tako da ne može se usporediti s ovom koju imaš kod nas. Isto i pice. Pice su fenomenalne. Nešto da ne volim. Organe. Dobro, lijep flash. Free kill. Samo je stanovan lik. Ne može ništa. I još jedan game koji je 50-50. Hrana im je bomba, da. Mi smo bili u jednom restoranu koji je baš ono obiteljski nastrojen. Kao taj glavni šef je pjevao pjesme. Dok smo mi jeli. Jer je bio sretan. Kevine, ne ovako. Prestani.
Ja samo želim da pitam, zašto ima više gledalaca kad ja nisam kući, alo? Jer moguće? Ja neću da radim više.
Evo, rekao da neće raditi više.
Čuju me, zašto ima više gledalaca kad ti radiš Let's nego ja, alo? Igra naviši! Navi shifters igraju, ja neću. Ljudi, mislim, postoji drugi način da kažete da me ne volite nego ovo.
Dobro, eto, čuli ste. A zato je bio free kill, nije imao cooldown. A vidjeli su ga na vardu. Rekli su ti da možeš ne raditi.
Dogovoreno.
Ej, ja trebam šetat Luje.
Ništa, ljudi, ja se vraćam u podrum, vamo da budem cimer Kevinu, a vi imate Klaru, pa onda Klara radi, a ja ću prošetiti Luje. Skuvat ću ručak, samo reci što hoćeš da jedeš.
A šta, ja sam rekla ljudima da ti praviš ručak sad, kako sad to? A šta si radio do sad? Ja sam rekla da ti praviš ručak.
Pa sekao sam krompir i šargarepu.
Aha.
Ali sad moram kao da ga plitujem.
Tako?
Da, tako se to kaže, da ga ukrasim.
Dobro. Kine ovako, nema toga. Čito chat, nije čito chat. Fair, Kevin. Dobro, free turret na midu. Ili ne. Nivija nema toliko damage na turretu, tako da ono, okej. Free plate.
It's just denying the cross mat is so powerful. With the Scenic Rooker against the Annie, she can't even go through that shield. Yeah. This lane assignment is fantastic by Shifters and really clever to match the Nivea into Rumble. Usually play Nivea top into Rumble just because how good that matchup is. And Annie is really left without a job. I mean, she's a child, she shouldn't have a job, but she's left without a job against.
Šta priča ovaj lik?
Clearing waves, getting pushed in by a tank.
Yeah, she's just doing her chores, getting her pocket money. Yeah, that's about it. Next Drake up in 16 seconds time. For Na'Vi, again, they don't have control of the area. It is Shifters.
Nemaju, ali bacit će neki zoning ulti od Rumbla. Nije nučeni, samo flash ulti i to je to. Vidje. Samo čeka. Šta radi Parus? Idemo ulti. Dobro. Šta radili? Okej, Ani je ultala ništa. Ne, Ani je vjela flashovala.
That just wants to go in, but there's a Cassandra and a Nivea looking at you menacingly, just blocking your entrance path. No one can really walk into that control that Shifters so masterfully had over that bot river.
Ja ne mogu vjerovat koliko je game 50-50.
Ništa ljudi, jedan u chat ako hoćete da ostane Klara, a realno šta će vam dva u chatu?
Duo cast. Zašto su ovi minioni ovoga iz Classic Rolla?
Nisu.
Ne, kad se ubije kula.
Ne znam li me čuju odavde. Možemo zajedno.
Evo, sklonila sam se ja.
Evo, ne, pa zajedno ćemo.
Ovdje kad minion ubije turret.
Aha, nije ikonica je stara.
Stara ikonica, da. Zašto?
Iskreno nisam siguran. Čuje, pa super, evo, Klara, ja ćemo zajedno. Ništa, Klaro, reci mi
Šta?
Šta imaš da kažeš o prvoj partiji, pošto viš, ja vidio, je bila neka pauza danas?
Bilo je 5 pauza, da. Ali jako kratki.
Dobro. A šta se dogodilo game 1? Daj mi neku analizu. Pošto ja sam, morao sam da perem šargarepu.
Bilo je jako dosadno.
Fair.
Prvih 40 minuta gema.
Dobro.
Navi je uzeo lead, pa je Shifters uzeo lead, pa je Navi uzeo lead, pa je Shifters uzeo lead, pa je Navi uzeo lead, pa je Shifters uzeo lead, pa je Navi uzeo lead, pa je Shifters uzeo lead. I onda na kraju Navi je dobio game. Bilo je 10 killova sve ukupno.
10 killova sve ukupno?
Da.
Sekund. Odlično. Što si rekao, Navi uzeo game, tako?
Da.
Jer najbolji igrač Navi je bio jungler. Ili neko drugi?
Da.
Čekaj. Da, okej. Znači Rileč. Šta je igrao? Atroxa? Nije. Šta je igrao?
Za Hen.
Ima smisla, dobro. Reci mi još šta me zanima. Nije, znaš šta mi je nevjerovatno? Imaš više gledalaca na Navi Shiftersi nego ja kad je G2 ili Fnatic. Tako da stvarno mislim da si ti ta koja...
Sigurno.
Da, ti si ta jednostavno.
Evo i ovo je cijeli prvi game bio, cijeli ovaj game.
Navijemo za Navi, jel tako se što pre završi? Mislim, realno.
Da.
Jer kao šagarepa će mi se prokulati.
Naravno.
Tako da to niko ne želi. Šta je s druge strane, Shiftersi? Mislim, oni su mlaki non stop, jel tako? U smislu kao ništa spec ne rade, samo su ekipa koja...
Da.
Da, ima smisla.
Ali Navi i Shiftersi imaju upitne playere.
Jel je AD Carry, šta su igrali na botu, ako se sećaš možda? Ako chat, slobodno pomažite isto. Šta na botu je? Ne znaš, su Mage-evi ili AD Carry, baš me zanima.
Mage. Ziggs. Šta je bilo? Ziggs u Korkija.
Vidi, ne, ovo sam također htio da pitam. Da li to znači da ti sad dobijaš pola moje dnevnice ili je bazirano na performansama, pošto imaš više gledalaca kad si ti?
Ne, ja mislim da cijelu. Jer ono kao.
Onda odo ja.
Ne, sad moraš ostati.
Ne, pa vidim. Znači, mora da bude, ok, znači, ljudi šta kažete, ali dobija pola moje dnevnice ili dobija procentualno po broju gledalaca? Evo, ja sam došao, gledalci opali.
To vidi.
Ja mislim da do tebe. 75% dnevnice.
Može,
Dogovor.
ali onda ti ostaješ do kraja.
Sa tobom.
Jer te to tluje.
Pa onda ne može. Ne može to. Onda ako sad, i šta sad ideš i ne vraćaš se?
Da.
Pa može onda pola dnevnice.
A ko će ovoga dehrana?
Pa to ću ja sad kad navijamo za Navi. Inače, jako interesantno, Klara mi daje slušalicu i ja sam bio toliko blizu da je zagrizem, jer kao dala si mi kao hranu, kao kikiriki da mi daješ. Ja kao...
Ne, molim te.
Ne. Vidi ga, Paros, vidi ga. Vidi ga, vidi što je zabo.
Zabo.
Što je dobar Nivio zid. Ovo se rijetko inače dogodi da Nivio baci zid da ne može da ti izličuje heroja skroz. Jako cool. Fun fact, ti zidovi nekad mogu te šutnu preko zida.
To se desilo.
Ovaj game?
Ne.
Kao,
u LCK, jer ja gledam LCK svaki dan.
Talija zid je specifičan, on te baš
da
šutne. Trundle zid je isto, samo on ti malo odozdo, to Kevin voli taj zid, specifično. I onda imaš i ovaj Anivin koji je malo ono, znači, baš te ne displejsuje puno, ali često te samo zaglavi, rijetko te gurne preko zida.
Ne, desilo se da je bio Anivin zid kastovan na Zina i ovoga Vaj ga je udarila i šutnula ga je preko zida. Ne znam kako. Jer kao ono, bio je u zidu i ona ga je nabola i on je samo prešao preko zida.
Zašto je Q knockback?
Da?
Da. Kad te udari Vaj sa Q-om, on te malo, nije to veliki neki knockback, ali je knockback.
I spasilo ga. I u fazonu kao
To je baš unlucky. Ne znam, mislim, ovdje iskreno dve mlake ekipe igraju. Kevine, to... Čekam moju dobrodošlicu, nema šta ti kaže. Ništa, mislim da je u redu. Morat ću posle s Klarom da vršim pregovore nakon ove serije, to je nakon današnjeg dana. Da vidim koliko da joj ponudim da bude to svaki let's prenos.
Svaki let's prenos?
Pa kad god možeš, on.
Pa nemam ja toliko informacije da bi bila svaki let's prenos.
Ko ti i ja, mogli bi da pričamo 24 sata radimo LOL.
Dobro, istina, ja sam pohvalila komentatore kako su dobro plaćeni. Jer jako puno pričaju.
Jest. Mi dobro generalno vremenom dobije... Opa.
Ultikill.
Šta uradi?
Ne znam, Parus je disconnected.
Inače, dosta su ga... Ljudi, pogledaj, vidi... Ovo mi je najjača stvar. Eni koji ide na full AP ne želi da baci sve na roostera i onda često holda, mislim na bilo ko je tank, i onda često holda cooldownovi rađe bi flashovala da pobegne nego da baci sve na njega. Jer s ovim buildom, inače ako igrate u low willow, ovo mi je najbolji Eni build koji postoji. Znači, jedina stvar koju morate da uradite je da kliknete dugmiće. Vidi AD carry. Još je, dobar flash, ima W, ali mislim da je mrtav svejedno. Mrtav je svejedno. Mrtav. A Niviju moraju da ubiju, Varus nema sustain damage, ali Pobi ima Q. I to je to. Nema Tiberza, nema. Prelepo. To je to. Ljudi, ja vam kažem, znači Navi dobija game, ja idem Šargarepu do okrana da mi se ne isprepeče s druge strane i sad se ljudi pitaju što spremam ručak Šargarepa samo. Ljudi, ko zna? Znači ne mogu vam dati moje tajne recepte. Znači ja jako rijetko kuvam, tako da kad kuvam to je nešto posebno. Ali da, što da kažem, odličan build za Eni, ali build koji mene nekad u soloku jako smara, jer možeš da igraš Kevin komentar, možeš da igraš najgore ikada, možda budeš 0-10 Eni i uvijek će biti neko s druge strane koji te čini da si viable heroj. Znači, Eni će prići jednom Ezrealu, bacit će ult EQ od 100 će ga šotati. Ili će na Firi uvatiti bez W, ili čak i Eniviju da eguje. Onda Tiber samo sa Malignancom samo stoji i tučete u glavu i ubijete.
Ne znam, nije imao neki success rate ovaj game.
Nije. Ali mislim, čak nije toliko behind ovaj game, tako da on je svakako koristan pa je koristan. Znači, ne mora da overcommituje za pleve, ne mora da se flasha, da traži šta god, kao dovoljno jak da stoji pozadje bace magiju. Ali for što čak i da je 0-10 opet bi bio koristan, što je dosta interesantno.
Ja ne znam, ovaj Parus je...
Biće ga ovdje. Sad nema. Na Firi čim baci onaj W, ono da nestane na sekund. Venom, ja ga zovem Venom. Izgleda kao Venom. Ko si im vidio? To kad baci na Firi ti je useless. Kao jako je bitno koliko na Firi može da uđe da te ubije bez da klikne to dugme. Ako klikne to dugme, mrtva je. Jako čudno radi.
To je napravio ranije kod Blue Buffa. Aktivirao je prije nego što je otišao na Blue Buff i samo su ultovali su ga, sisijovali i to je to.
A gridovo je za damage. Jer ti kad uradiš Venoma, tebi se stvore više onih malih kerića i onda imaš više sustain damage. Ali ti je jedini escape. Tako da to je malo cool koncept heroja. Kako radi. Mislim, dobro, gledaj, Navi bi trebao da je ovdje relativno lagan. Ezreal nije neki hyperscaler, tako da to što je Lethality Varus nije strašno. Neće nešto puno opasti u late game-u. U teoriji bi Navi trebao da bude okej.
Pa isto se desilo i prošle.
Shiftersi su loši, iskreno. Stvarno jesu. Iako su oba ova supporta kao smatrano je dosta, svi su ih hteli u transfer periodu. Da, i Parusa i Stenda. Parusa pogotovo, mislim da je G2 hteo Parusa.
Dobro da ga nisu uzeli.
Da, bili su u fazonu, on je bio kao prvi draft. Kao njega su svi hteli. Kružići.
Da, look at him.
Evo ga me Inter prži kerove. Ovo je loš fight od Navija. Zašto je overdive bez ikakvog razloga. Mislim, ok, zvučić jer su dovoljno na head i ovima Guardian, ali ovo je toliko overforsiran fight da je nehuman.
A samo znaju da su jači.
Mislim, nisu mogli izgube game. Vode 8000 golda.
Ali mogli su da zeznu.
Da, mogli su dropu elite skroz. Jer šta je fora, Drake je za minut. Još generalno, kad kastuješ, ovo ti uvek tematika zmajevi, baroni, objektivi, pozicija ekipa u odnosu na partiju. I onda ovdje da su bacili fight, ne bi samo izgubili čoveka, recimo Vaj, i Guardian, nego su izgubili tempo za zmaja. Jer ti minut pred objektiv trebaš da se rikolaš, znaćemo. Trebaš da se rikolaš, trebaš da setupuješ, da ispušaš vevove, trebaš da postaviš vardove kod objektiva. I da su sad ovdje zaintali, to što vode 8k golda, znači 2k bi vratili sigurno na drugu stranu, to je jedna stvar. I onda je druga stvar što ne bi imali poziciju za zmaja. Ovako sad su uspeli, sad viš 20 sekundi pred Drake-a Eni ispušala bot, ovi drže prio na midu, biju se za prio, i onda će da samo kolepsuju dole na Drake-a, očiste s visionim sa ovim kontrolima šta imaju, i sad shiftersi moraju da face checkuju. Pokazuju Pobijevu jako lepu poziciju, Pobi čekao Niviju ili Shea flash combo, Shea mrtav od 100 dana. Ako ga nađe, bez W. I oni sad moraju da face checkaju, a Rooster je već pola health izgubio. Loš. Fajn su i dalje, misli su dovoljno na head. Da, dovoljno. Ovo ne bi radilo da ne vode koliko vode. I sad će ovi prženicu dupali. Žuna Fury heal, gledao. Mislim umire.
Dobro, slično je bilo prošle game, samo što je Navi sad više ahead, više confident u sebe nego što su bili ranije.
Jesu oni imali Zigza ili Quarky? Jedno nije bitno.
Imaju su
Quarky. Ovaj komp ti mnogo dobro isto radi. Generalno engage toolovi su ti mnogo moćni kad si ahead. Jer ako ti vodiš, a ti imaš vaj, ti biraš kad se biješ. I onda...
Ima lijepu sinergiju s ultovima.
Jako ti je lako da klikneš R da se pobiješ. Ti odlučuješ kad se tučeš. I kad si ahead, ti uvek hoćeš da se biješ i zato ovi overforce-ovi u stvari izgledaju ok. Viš kako lep zmaj. Ova je lepa grafika. Viš kako je kameni zmaj.
Da.
A Ocean ti... Ne, Cloud ti izgleda kao ovca koja leti.
Nisam.
Znaš koliko je ružan. Jao, šta su uradili dizajneri. Znači, Klara u casting roomu je dobar improvement. Ja se slažem. Ja, drago mi je da... Mislim, vidite, biće za neke posebne dane kad bude raspoloženo.
Da.
Da. Za neko finale. Poseban gost.
Ne znam. Ovaj game, ova serija.
Bolno je.
Jako.
Ali to ti uvek, tako da uvek kad igraju te ekipe. Onda dođe MSI, gledaš G2 i Genji, ali ovo dobro. To ti je sad, Klaro, ja ovako sad ispred čata kolektivno časkamo, ali to ti je deo kastarskog posla. Nekad ti dođu partije koje su navi shifterzi. I tako ti bude. Nekad bude giga fun, nekad bude upitna, ali posao komentatora je da dosadne partije načini zanimljivi. Da sam ja tebe zvao da radiš ovaj game.
Aha, hvala ti. Baš mi je ovoga zadovoljstvo.
Ništa, deklaruje tu za sve najdosadnije partije leca. Ne, Sheo, a mislim, gledaj, cijela ekipa Shifterza nemaju jednog igrača za koga možda kažeš kao, ma da, on je taj koji će da nosi, on je taj koji je, ne znam ja šta.
AD Carry mi je bio dobar. Mislim, ne sad, ali kao... Lijepo igra Ziza. Mislim, ne može loše igra Ziza.
Padak.
Da.
Padak je okej.
Ono, bacuje bombice, radio je damage, zonovo ih je, ali to je to šta radi. Više koristi.
Na šta ti je fora generalno sa Evropom? Dovedeš random lika iz Koreje i on će ti biti okej. U Shiftersima to su top i AD Carry. Znači, oni su ti dva lika, što možeš samo da prepoznaš nekom trenutku iz Koreje, koje dovedeš i samo su okej. Sam radi Baron.
Da.
A bot Inhi pada. Nema, mislim da Shiftersi ne igraju. Ali da, Padak će uvek biti okej, Ruste će uvek biti okej. Kao što će verovatno i ovaj Soboro biti u Fanatiku. Šteta što ništa. Ljudi, znači, molim vas, Lec ide na TV, tu ne smemo da znači, tu Klara nema svoj full show.
Ne, ali rekla sam im da će biti Klara.
Ja mislim da bi to moralo da bude, da. Ja ću kupiti ovaj osjeđivač.
Šta? Šta?
Ništa. Baš setio sam se sad.
Okej. Wow, još jedan dobar play. Replay. Dobro play.
Replay dobro playa. Ovo je opet bio loš fight. Mislim, kao da su even, Navi bi izgubio i ovaj fight. Ali nisu even, zato i kontestuju, tako da u teoriji, mislim, forsiraju play-eve kao što bi trebali.
Fali im damage.
Pravo si, jeste. Šta je flashovo Sandica? Mislim, nebitno je, toliko su ahead. Stan mu se zalepio za glavu, nema ko da follow-upuje Stana.
Pa, flashovo je za skill poene Stan.
A, za TikTok posle da snima.
Da,
tako
da.
Ja isto. Ali dobro, da, clean je, mislim, nema... Nema to šta. Dobro, eto, mislim, Navi je dobio što ga repa neće izgoreti, tako da ovo je samo GG. Laganih 2-0, morat ćemo poslije da imamo ko igra drugi meč, ja kažem... Moram da ispratim poslije šta se događa, ali možda će i drugi meč biti brz, svakako da, mislim, nema šta, snowballili su, Klaro, bravo, ti si Amailija da bude 2-0. Samo otvoreno pred internetom cijelim imaš poziv da uvek budeš tu na lecu kad god želiš.
Da.
Da, tako da...
Ovako ispred mikrofona, da dijelimo jedan
ti
mikrofon.
Da, ti i ja smo zajedno na... Bukvalno smo... Ona je uzela pola monitora, ja pola monitora i pričamo sa strane mikrofona, To je ono budget setup, znaš kao, kad nema igraonica ili organizator dovoljno za 2 mikrofona, kupi jedan, pa kao, pričite novi mikrofon.
Pa dobro, ali ja imam, mislim, čuo bi se ti na mojim slušalicama, ja bi se čuo na tvoj mikrofon.
Ne, ovako je bolje.
Da.
Okay. Samo neku klupu da nađemo, znaš. Ili neke barske stolice.
Aha, da,
zašto ove su malo gabaritne, jeli. Ništa, idemo na pauzicu, 10-15 minuta. Heretici KC, fenomenalno. Ništa, idemo na pauzicu, pa se vraćamo za seriju broj 2.
This
No, sounds good
guy?
to him.
He can't even hit Challenger anymore. Let's hand it over to the Alistair.
How's it going, man? Hello, hello.
Catching strays here. Hi, fist bump from afar. Welcome, Paris. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine. I died a bit much, but
Yeah?
I'm fine.
I think there's a lot of died. There was a lot. That was a crazy
They
game.
chased me too much, no?
Yeah.
I think.
Padak especially seemed like he
yeah.
really wanted to kill you.
Yeah.
You were playing bait, I feel like,
Yeah.
this game.
Sheo hates
Which
me, I
is
think.
nice, yeah.
He just chased me every time.
Yeah, what did you say to him before the game?
Yeah.
Like, no, I didn't say anything. Like, there was nothing. When we flashed on the first game, I think he took it personal.
Okay.
Like, we flashed on him, two-man flash, and he
Yeah.
escaped.
And that was it. He was just,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
He wrote in all chat that like it's because I'm sick. You guys focus me or something.
I mean, to be fair, when you see the opponent walking in the rift with a face mask on, are you like, oh, okay, guys, he's not having a good time. Let's,
Yeah,
let's
you
make
can
his life
see-
miserable.
Like for sure, he doesn't have the best energy.
Yeah.
Probably doesn't talk too much.
Okay.
I would guess Sheo is like shot caller in the team because usually junglers are shot caller. But when you are sick, it's a bit hard. You don't have energy. You cannot talk too much. It should be hard for them.
Let's
What were
focus this sick guy. That's
What were your overall thoughts on this game? Like,
On the
from a
series.
viewer's POV, both of the games looked quite strange, very back and forth. How did it feel playing them? Did you feel cool, calm, collected? Did you know you were gonna win the whole time?
Like, I knew that we would win because I feel like enemy didn't do much. Like first game when they knocked Shen,
Yeah.
like they killed only 2 times Corki, and they didn't do anything else other than that. And when we go team fight, we have left Zahin. He just carries every team fight, you know, when we focus others. Like I was confident, and we didn't play really good, but I think we played decent, I will say.
Fair enough. That's good. Good
What-
confidence.
What do you think you could have done better? Because it's easy to bet on the opponent to int, right? But like,
Yeah.
what do you think you could have done more clean
For
here?
last game, me and Resh for sure should have played more aggressive.
Uh-huh.
We have Y Camille, and they have Enevia Israel. They cannot play team fight or like side as well. I think Enevia shouldn't be allowed to touch any wave. At one point, they didn't go side at all as well. Like they were scared. We could catch better and we could play more aggressive. Like against KC as well. We are so ahead, but we are not clicking in. We are giving them position. Usually, like most of the games, it's hard for us to finish game cleanly.
Okay.
So we need to focus on that, yeah.
And do you think that's because of the change in the meta, trying to get used to what the champions can do, or do you think that is something that you've been struggling with for a little bit?
Yeah, I think for third split in a row, I think we are struggling with this. I think last 2 split, every time we play against KC, we hard stomp early game. Every time. We go mid-late game, like they are 10 times better mid-late game. It was so hard to finish. We are still struggling on that, but we will put hard focus on it. I think it's not that hard to improve. I think the hardest part is the early game, to play good against good teams. But I think we will improve on it, yeah.
When you think of Navi for the majority of the year, it's been about stacking drakes. It's been about those early game. It's been about Reledge being in a carry position. How much are you still trying to like get away from that play style and bring in something more, especially going into summer?
To be honest, we didn't try too much to change. But right now, most of the games is win by drake fight still.
Yeah.
And because we like to win early game, we just stack drakes. It's like basic League of Legends. We don't try like something different, win from side or something, because it's hard to execute well on stage. I like it so far. Like
Okay.
it's not too complicated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, if it ain't broke, why fix it? I guess.
Yeah.
I was just going to ask you, how do you feel about your like fitting into this meta in the bottom lane? Because like you even from when you were in BDS Academy, you were like Pike player. You want to try and roam around the map. Like, do you feel like things like the Camille and stuff kind of come naturally to you in this?
Yeah, like I was really happy when I see Camille in MSI every game, because it's my champion. I want to play really aggressive, but right now I'm kind of inting. Like I kind of did it on Camille, but I'm confident when I play. No, I kind of know my limit most of the time. I like most of the game I got chased, but I got a lot of attention as well. But I'm happy to play in this meta right now.
Did you like the enchanter meta, or are you happy with this?
Oh.
I'm fine, but it's like you are NPC in the
Yeah.
game. You just
Yeah.
play as like EW on Lulu, Karma E. Like Karma is a bit more skill for lane, because if you don't get lead, you are cooked. But overall it was a bit boring, yeah.
Yeah, playing cheerleader for the rest of the teammates. It's not even that fun. Any other champions you think we could see? I feel like it's one of the few champions we see. We've seen Tariq answering that as well, but I don't feel like the meta brought a lot of new champions outside of this.
Yeah, if you play Camille and Shen first game, you kind of go back to normal meta.
Yeah.
I would like to see more champions, but I think they need to buff a lot more. Like usually, when you see Pyke in official game,
Yeah.
it's the most useless champion in the game. If it's not carrier playing, or like even he having hard time to win the games. But most of the time, like aggressive champions are just weak, you know.
Yeah.
Support.
Fair enough. We've seen a lot of new things in the meta lately. It started at MSI. We saw that firsthand, Stagda, with mages on the bot lane. Actually, that's something that we wanted to discuss with you today. The whole meta shift and what it brought onto the Rift, because it feels like at MSI people try to experiment on this. I'm thinking of Viper, the fact that he was born in this meta. When I think of Viper at Griffin and everything, playing the Talia, those kind of champions, and I feel like maybe regions coming back to their respective lists are taking a step back from this. How do you reflect on it?
But that's the funny thing, because like we kind of saw Viper bringing out a plethora of these champions on the main stage, and that is kind of continued domestically now over in the LPL, where as you can see at the bottom of the screen, like they are kind of still in the middle of the pack, but it's kind of been led by like Viper and Jackie Lover still playing a lot of the mages, bringing out things like the Xerath. We have an abundance of them, as you can see, 41% of the time, nearly 42% of the time, we're bringing them out. So I think the question was kind of there, like, how do you see this meta developing? Because in LCK, they've just gone right back to, hey, we're AD casters. We're going to go the Corki. We're going to go this kind of stuff. Do you think we're going to kind of continue with the LEC style of high priority on these mages? Or do you think they're starting to be just kind of a fad that people are getting over now? We're going to see that shift back towards a bit more of the ADs.
I think for LEC, it will stay a bit more. I think in LCK, you have mechanically best players in the world. And when you play really good on AD carries, you can 1v9 every game. I don't know if you guys saw Fenrir.
Yeah.
This
yes,
guy, rookie
of course I did.
Like 1v9, you know, and like really good mechanic, confident guy, can 1v9 every game. But in LEC, I think most team will go the easy way, because farming minion, going late game and doing damage is easy.
So our ADCs are noobs, is that what you're saying?
I think most of them, like not as good as STK and LPL players, I would say.
Okay.
Like as other roles, like not AD carries. But I think in LEC it will stay a bit more like this, yeah.
Do you agree that it's a skill diff in the league?
I mean, I think maybe a little bit, but I also feel like it was just like an overcorrection. Like you guys, like a lot of teams first picking Victor and having a really high priority on Victor and just like thinking that these mages are so strong. I wouldn't be surprised, like, when more teams start picking up the Lucian more, that we're going to see a lot more of that. Like, for example, T1 versus Gen G, it was like Lucian Milio versus Syra Khan, just completely ignoring any sort of mage. And it was game 1, right? The only champ that was, like, banned that would influence the mages was Camille. And it's like, I just feel like that, to me, seems more where the meta's headed, rather than we just continue playing crazier and crazier mages. Because in LPL, they played Seraph, Vladimir, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
We played some Vladimir here as well. Like, Spadak played it, but I don't think that's the future that I envision for LEC.
Because I was kind of hoping that we'd end up going down, because even the LCK, they had like the Aatrox swap that they tried to get through the last second for Diablo, and I was like, I feel like we're reaching endgame, just weird conspiracy theory levels of draft at that stage, and I was kind of hoping we'd get like a little bit further down the rabbit hole, because first thing I find this meta really interesting. I think it does change up things a lot. Like, I think you approach the game in a very fresh way, so I wasn't sure how deep down that rabbit hole the LEC was going to go.
How much are you guys experimenting in scrims without giving champion names or anything? But like, does it get more weird than this?
I think not really.
Okay.
I think it's kind of set. I don't see really weird champions scrims. It's just same ones.
Okay.
But if you have specific players that can play many champions, I think in LEC it's only top laners that play a lot of different champions, not AD carries. Maybe Hansama, he can play a bit more than others. But I think it's kind of set.
Okay, the fun is over. We've reached the limit of how weird stuff we can play here. Someone who plays weird champions, though, is Rilech in the jungle. He's the Kia player of the series yet again today.
Yes.
And we can't stop him.
I think it's rigged, by the way. This guy is getting no matter what. No matter what happens, he is getting it. Like, I can see he did good team fights on Azahin first game.
Okay. Do you think it's unfair that he gets it every time?
Yeah, I think sometimes my other teammates deserve it more.
Okay.
But it's okay. He's still good.
Okay, he's still good. Give some credit to the rest of Navi, guys. Come on social media. Faris, thank you so much for joining us today. It's been great having you. And that's we're gonna be back for the last series of this week too. It's gonna be Team Heretics versus KC. See you after the break.
They're coming to me. I'm coming. I like it. I think it's go. Tip. No flash.
Don't flash.
He's dead. Anyways, flash. No flash. I will kill that turn. Go Nash. Good job, guys.
Oh, he's got. Currently, they're just having a little bit of a staring competition. Paris called out towards the top side. It's the Magnet Storm down. Paris will escape. Roulette still on the Drake.
Shield was really chunked though by Poppy. He's 1 HP and to go
Paris
after.
dies to Padak.
I kill him. I use 3. Push.
Percent.
Good job, guys.
Incredible play there from
Oh, that was incredible. You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What a move. He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. He's got it all. He's got the pizzazz.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move.
Red Bull gives you wings.
When I was a player, if I was to like make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Superlight on Stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
stage. No fist bumps between these two teams. I don't think it's deliberate. I think they just forgot to do them.
Tense situations here on stage right now. Rivals since Versus, where Heretics knocked out, or took a game out of KC to knock out Los Ratones.
True.
A lot on the line in this game.
A win. 2 wins, in fact, in this series that you could pick up.
Yeti is having a little bit of a cough, also wearing a mask.
Yeah, he was sick on, when did we see them? Friday, Saturday? Friday, and didn't have the best of days.
No.
Let's be honest, he had a bit of a struggle in that series, although KC were still able to pick up the win. Question is, will they do the same today? Currently undefeated at the top of our table, 4-0, have only lost 1 game, and that was to G2 in the roadshow last week. Can they do the perfect split? It got a lot easier after week 1. Week 1 was their challenge. That was their test on home soil in Paris.
They're definitely looking like the best team in the league right now.
Agreed.
By far. And the most convincing as well. Sure, not... Okay, the last series wasn't the most convincing. That was a little bit messy, but they ended up winning that with a 2-0 against Navi. Now, going up against the Heretics that have been having a struggling year, I think it's safe to say. Not maybe the results that they wanted, but would be a great way to bounce back towards the later end of summer split to get a win against KC right now.
And KC have right of first selection. They chose blue side. Heretics chose second pick.
Oh, they chose blue side?
Yeah, KC have done this a couple of times now. Most teams will pick first or second pick with their right of first selection, but KC have picked blue side a couple of times.
Maybe it's thematic.
It could be thematic. It could also be they like easier access to the Baron, which blue side does give you. Also gives you a little bit of easy access to bot lane ganks, I think, with the Tribush setup. It's not as, depends on how far around a wall you want to
Back in the day, it was definitely easier, because then you had the flank position on the bot lane. But now, with the map being a lot more symmetrical on both sides, I think it's interesting to hear what they would...
Evo nas nazad. Ovo su komentatori tihi. Tihi.
Casio is open. Are we picking the Casio?
Of course we're picking the Casio. Why would we not pick the Casio? Not
Mike, da ti ubio od stream. Jest!
We're not picking the Casio.
Upravu si, nisam promenio mikrofon, bravo. Koristio sam Yetija jako dugo. I onda mi Yeti ostao kao mikrofon koji koristim. Mi to neću više, ne brinite se. Otiću opet, najmanji problem. Ako vam nisam potreban, odo ja. Dobra je muzika, iskreno. Muzika je veoma banger. Voleo bi da vidim Velvet. Blago promenjena, drugačiji skill, čito sam i promene sad, tako da ćemo da vidimo, nema. Ali gledajte, mislim, ako vam je cool da Klara bude tu, možda mogu da organizujem da bude tu češće. Samo moram da joj dam cijelu moju platu, što je okej, realno. Šta će meni pare, nije kod da trebam da kupujem šampon za kosu ili ne znam ni ja šta, mislim, to je...
Velvet early game is poo-poo, as stated by Medic. So Yai could not lock it in. He wants to play early game, he wants to play Lee Zin, who is a very strong early skirmisher.
The other jungler we were talking about when we talked about who were the best junglers, Nessa.
Yes. Yeah. And it is favored in the skirmishes, but has a lot harder time to really set up fights in the later game compared to an easy Cataclysm. Will be matched by the Shen, blocking the Camille a little bit, and just this is kind of where the meta is going. You don't want to pick the Camille because you get Shen'd, so why don't you just pick the Shen? Sure, easy. And sets up Kana later on as well to maybe play a more side.
Tako da vidjet ćemo, ako mi je fan da Klara bude tu, probat ćemo da organizujemo bude tu češće.
But it's much better than playing something like a Camille into it, or even a Leona, because Shield of Daybreak just gets heavily blocked by a Shen.
I mean, Nautilus at his worst is still a pretty good support. He just has so much in his kit.
I mean, he's got 4 forms of CC. Who else has 4 forms of CC?
I think if you remove all his damage, he would still be playable support.
Oh, 100%, yeah.
He just has so much in his kit, and is Ye Old Faithful for support players all across the world, and will be the choice for Way here as we head into the bans for the second phase.
First ban's going to be the Nut. Get that away from Kana, say Heretics, and now KC looking towards their bans.
Dobri draftovi s obe strane do duše. Jako dobri draftovi. Stvarno, mislim, obično uvek kukam na draftove, ali nema šta. Viktor kao prio, Jarvan Casio kao odgovor, Viktor nema dash. Lee Sin Shen, Shen Flex, Viktor Flex, s druge strane. Not okej. Nisam nešto haos ljubitelj Nautilus, ali Viktora generalno radi dobar posao jer možda lockdownuješ Mage koji nema dash, koji nema escape. Tako da, za sada, nemam šta kažem za draft. Ovo je otprilike kako bi draft trebao da izgleda na profesionalnom nivou.
Shaco is banned in every one of my solo queue games.
I respect it. I always use ban Tryndamere.
Oh, understandable.
I just hated losing my lane to a crit level 2 and just being miserable the entire game. Seeing him pop ghost, dive you from full HP when he's one kill up on you.
Vayne, Gnar, svi rade carry, iskreno. Je čudno. Uzeli su Nota, možda računaju sa Not pikom da su forsirali Viktora na mid. I onda su uzeli Nautilusa da... da forsira Viktor out i onda su banovali Sivir jer misle da će Viktor možda da pobegne na mid od njega. Galio ban može da bude za Viktora, može da bude za Loka. Ne uzimaš Rumble. Ja mislim, actually mogu. Mogu not Rumble i decent combo. Uzme nešto što može da skoči od Rumble ult, I guess they're fine.
Very confident on the traditional AD carries. Now together with Nautilus in the bot lane is a pretty good combo.
Actually something we haven't seen him on yet here in LEC.
In LEC,
he's only played mages so far. The Ziggs and the Orianna, his two picks. So I'm glad to see him on an AD carry.
He has been that right flicker.
Yeah.
That AD carry player, but a little bit of Syndra lock-in. We do not know where the Syndra and the Victor is going.
I mean, the Syndra's going to answer the Cassio, you have to feel, right?
Most
and
likely.
So with the Ezreal being picked up, you expect it will be Victor into Ezreal bot, Syndra into Cassio mid.
Probably. I mean, we have seen Victor into Cassio as well, has that outrange, we saw it before. But, we're not going for the Rumble.
Renekton je open, Ambessa je riski ako Tracy hoće da igra. A Ambessu nemaš toliko da flexaš baš.
So it seems like they pivoted away from the Rumble strategy now. Makes sense. They want two mages, Rumble on top of that. A little bit excessive.
Da, bilo bi previše AP-a. I ovo bi trebao da bude Renekton za heretike ako hoće na dobri, stari, dokazani counter, a ako ne znam kakav je Volibear, ne znam da li valja matchup iskreno. Nisam ga nešto preterano igrao.
Heretics comp looks very timeless. This is a comp you could see in any meta throughout the last 6 years or something like that.
True.
And every champion is just very solid, very self-sufficient, can win, can get pushed, and then you have a driver in the boots. Meanwhile, Casey's comp, double mage.
Incredibly timeless.
Yeah.
Could have seen this in any meta from the start of summer to today.
Da, mislim.
Yeah, maybe a bit of MSI.
Maybe if Perks was feeling crazy on the day.
Šta ćete raditi nego lokovati Rene u MBS-u?
Yeah, I will say that Team Heretics comp is very standard, everyone's very self-sufficient. Casey's comp rely a lot on Yike and Buzio. They have this Lee Sin, they have this Shen. Shen is super strong in the early game, doesn't care about levels, can be level 3 for the first 10 minutes and still be impactful. Casey really wants to find early skirmishes, push into the enemy jungle, play for your strong lanes, and make fights happen with the Lee Sin because that's where they are stronger. But it's not that easy against a Renekton, against the Cassio, because they have so much damage early game. And we'll see how Douglas responds. I would assume they will want to look on Douglas, because he's the one that's a little bit vulnerable in his own jungle. And Yike definitely wants to find the skirmishes against him.
No, vidjet ćemo kakva je situacija. Mislim, kažem, Casey je ogroman favorit.
Team Heretics Although an opposition that can challenge them, expectations are today that KC should be able to overcome this obstacle. For Heretics, you are looking at, well, you've got relatively strong team fighting, and Nautilus and Jarvan will do a lot of work at creating zones where you can play around. You also have this Cassio, who has been hotly contested and can stop a lot of the dashing that Shen and Ambessa and Lee Sin want to do. So can you control the early game? Can you put KC far enough behind that KC's team fighting doesn't win them out the game?
Yeah, and I think Team Heretics comp is so timeless just because all the champions can play a plethora of playstyles.
Sure.
The Renegade can play weak side, he can play strong side. Same with Estral, he can play weak side, he can play strong side. But with a lot of options, can cause decision paralysis. And I think it's very important that Team Heretics recognizes that taking fights later on won't be that easy. Because Jarvan, sure he can engage, but who's following up on the Jarvan engage? Nautilus can't hook through the Cataclysm.
It's true.
Renekton really needs a flank.
You can miasma down and Petrifying Gaze, I guess.
Absolutely.
You can also put a depth charge there for follow-up, so Nautilus perhaps will be aiming to distract more than be in the middle of the fight, as Wei found an early hook onto Busio. He's looking for another one. Busio hooked up. Missing shot comes down as well. We'll bring in his sword for a little bit of a shield, but it's not going to do too much more. Importantly, hasn't got the Shadow Dash to start off. He was exchanged. As Yike, after pathing towards bot side, is just going to back for the early longsword Lee Sin that we often see.
The lanes of KC will get pushed in early. Cassio is very strong in the early levels, same with Renekton and Ezreal. So I doubt we'll see a lot of action in the first 5 minutes, unless it comes from Team Heretics initiative.
No šta bi Tracer ovdje mogao da radi? Trebao bi da bude fine u laneu. Renekton može da bully Ambessu kako hoće.
The way Ambessa trades usually is she W's forward, chips you with the E or the Q, and then just dashes out. But against Renekton, he can just deny that, instantly remove your shield and get a good chunk. So you really need to look for trades when it doesn't have that Fury bar stacked.
Or look for your Lee Sin to come towards top side and help you out in a 2v1.
The luxury of a jungler.
Currently where Yike is pathing. For Heretics, it has been a little bit of change in the off-season, bringing in Nukeduck, obviously, as their coach, and also subbing in Wei. Nukeduck had this to say about the team. When they took over, it was pretty mentally boomed. Kind of that 10th place mentality. They did finish 1-8 in spring. And so the question is now whether Nukeduck can help revert what has been going on with this lineup.
The Nukeduck, a teammate I played with, incredibly smart about the game. But I think when you come to a project like Team Heretics, being smart about the game is not enough. You need to do a lot more to propel a team like this forward and far and above from the standings, because they are not.
Ja mislim da ja nemam ništa. 1.18, holy. A to je baš tough, iskreno, to je baš tough.
As Yike forces Seven's flash out of mid, it's a 5,000 to 1 odds sort of situation, and perhaps it's doable. They did lose their first series of the split, but here against KC, for the first 3.5 minutes of the game, they've kept things even.
Absolutely. Tracing has to do the double dash in to get a trade on Kana, but that also means he can't get the empowered W off, so
Kana's gonna miss a cannon.
That's the spacing you have to do as Ambessa in this matchup. If he's gonna get a stun on you, it can't be an empowered one. And the only time he can get that is when he has 100 Fury, which is quite hard to stack up safely as Renekton in lane. So we'll see how this matchup unfurls. Kana so far doing a good job.
Yeah, it's about 200 gold behind, but he has got a big wave.
He's got a massive wave to catch here. It's gonna be like a 3-2 CS lead.
Yeah.
If he catches all these minions.
Okay, you're saying 3-2. Because there's 5 minions there, which would make it 3, but he... Ooh, is he gonna miss any of them? Gets 2 of them.
And this is riveting.
Here we go. This is big.
Look at this one. Does the Renekton have Fury when he comes back in? We'll not see.
It was 4 by the time.
It's a free.
Now it's 3.
Okay.
Okay.
I was right, medic.
Okay, you're right, Finn. It's as if you know top lane pretty well.
Yeah.
We saw Busio looking around mid lane, but isn't going to find too much. Wei hasn't been out on the map as much as Busio yet in this early game. Trying to catch the Shen as he walks across, but a shadow dash across the wall means that Busio can just be here to cover Kalist.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard for Shen to get moves out early when you have Victor, because against an Estral, because Estral's early game damage is huge. But now Yehu might be target of a gank. Missed the cannon though. I saw that Yehu.
These are the important things, man. So he missed a cannon. He's looking for a plate. Knocked back from the scat of the week. It's Tracing gets the push. Oh, there's 4 minions here. Will it be 2 or 3?
Nautilus
Yeah,
hitting the melee minions.
Huge win. Douglas
combos with the minions.
Massive from Douglas.
Huge. Now Boost is here for the counter. He's gonna try to get a few support stacks off this wave. As Wave is going up for the top grab. No one's gonna go back bot there. Medic. As Renegade takes the recall.
I think it's just top crab. Not really much that Yeti can do to stop this crab from being taken by Heretics, which will give Douglas level 6 first. A dive could materialize on Kana, but with public execution, it's a little risky as Tracing slices his way back across
Look at
the wall.
Busio though. He's first in the bottom. He's walking behind the Astral here. I don't think there's anything here just because Wei is still there. He's going for a stroll.
He's walking. He avoids where a ward could have been, and then 7 places the ward in the right spot anyway.
Yeah. Slow early game.
That's League of Legends for you right there.
I really want to see Douglas use this cataclysm to get a flash so he can then repeat again. Because that is really kind of set things in motion for Team Heretics.
Yeah, it does feel like the first big summoner burn, like first big flash burn actually really starts things off in this game. Neither team has found that avenue. Yike's going to start up the Drake with push out of his bot side. Should be able to get it pretty easily because Yehu also has push in mid.
Yeah, Saren took a recall there, and that's just a really good Dragon Timer by Yike. The moment that Casio recalls is just a good start. The medic almost tripped over the edge.
Almost fell off the edge of the...
Jako spor start i Heretici isto.
I mean, I'm falling out the edge of my...
Mislim, ne rade ništa, možda samo znaju kao ok, KC je mnogo dobra ekipa pa ne žele da flipaju, ali opet... Jako spor game, 7 minuta, apsolutno ničega.
On the pedal, you're likely to start a fire, and that's going to get you out of there quick. So I wouldn't mind that.
Douglas will clear down to bot here. But Busio is recalling. Let's see where he opens now. I want to see Busio and Yike link up a little bit.
I think it's a link for grubs, isn't it?
Yeah.
Busio just resets. Is level 4 to the level 7s in mid, which means he gets a huge amount of catch-up XP if he does manage to participate in a kill.
It's really hard to play grubs against Renegade though, just because with the Dominus, he's just so powerful in these 3v3s, 4v4s early game. The flash stun to boot.
If they can force Tracing's flash out, maybe with a good shadow dash or public execution. KC are looking. Busio still only that level 4. Wei sneaks into the pixel bush.
Yike is here first. Douglas still on the other side of the map. He's gonna have to path through mid here. Maybe can look for a Cataclysm on Syndra.
Question is, if you burn the Cataclysm on Syndra and Yehu just walks out, you then really can't contest the grubs easily?
Yeah, I mean maybe you can because the Renegade is just so strong.
Maybe.
It really depends if you get a good chunk onto Syndra or not, or if it just insta-flashes.
Wei trying to gain control as Tracing is here. It will be a 4v4 on the top side.
Hype is also rotating up slowly. He's just doing a half rotation right now. Kind of
Jako spor game. Dobro, prvi game je bio malo fiesta, Heretici izgleda malo ozbiljnije su pristupili ovome, tako da vidjet ćemo.
Tracing doesn't have any fury, so I think Kana can maybe shave a bit of his HP off.
Oh, huge shaving there. That's like a 3 on your razor. Just off the top, you know? Douglas will get all 3 grubs. Like, KC gave up on this one, you could tell, because Busio was already, he walked through.
Yeah, I mean, I think against Renegade it's so scary to fight the grubs like this. It's gonna be a committed fight, and he's just twice the champion and best ace right now. Even though Yike is not weak by himself, as the Lee Sin in this moment.
But good from Heretics. Alright, they find their window, they know where they can play around strength. They manage to get the grubs for themselves. Tracing goes in with the dominance onto Kana, he's just going to force him away. Ultimate exchanged for wave pressure more than anything else there out of Tracing.
Kana just so patient, just dashing out. That's how you play this matchup. You'd never really want to commit to a fight, because the moment you dash in as Ambessa, that's where Renegade pops Dominus, pops the Ruthless Predator and just runs you down. You always want to dash out, make it a little bit awkward for him to chase you, get out of that ult AoE damage threshold range.
Yeah, who managed to build up a sizable lead in mid lane. It has had some attention from Busio and from Yike, but it's about 15, 16 CS up.
Despite missing the cannon earlier, fantastic job.
Yeah, it's forcing Thor into miss waves as well. That wave not in a good spot for the Casio.
Tracing doesn't have ult right now.
Mislim, Tracing vodi šta, 13 kripova u matchupu gdje bi definitivno trebao da bude mnogo više ahead. Upravo bacio im power W, sad ova može da braceuje, možda uđe u trade s Renektonom. Nema kill. Da, sa još jednim Q-om da pogodi Q pa ulti onda ima kill. Ali to nećemo vidjeti.
I think Yahoo generally has actually had a really good split, and even like MSI and EWC was performing well in last playoffs. They talked a little bit about it on the desk a couple of days ago, saying, has Yahoo now evolved to the challenge caps level that we want to see from our mid laners in LEC? And I think he has.
And I think a lot of your longevity of your career as a pro player comes from how much do you learn from your first international.
True.
Like when you go international, you play against all these Korean, Chinese players that are so good, so talented. Do you see how good they are and get a little bit overwhelmed? Or do you just put your head down, learn and improve and really come back way stronger from that experience? And to me, Yahoo, the improvement from his first international to now is immense.
Yeah.
It's a fantastic growth spurt. And a reason why it's easy to be excited about him, just because he seems to be the guy that learns really fast when he's putting against tougher opponents. Definitely what you need if you are to dethrone caps in Europe.
It's a tough road, and none of us are saying, oh, Yahoo is caps level, right? Especially, as you say, for longevity and for how much caps has affected the landscape of just European...
Yahoo ima još da igra. Ima dobre, pa ima stvarno jako dobre partije Yahoo. Ali također ima i gameove da nije bio ništa izvanredno, tako da mislim da je ovo i dalje... jako je rano pričamo o Yahoo kao caps nivo. To je... Pričamo da li neko faker nivo. Caps je u Evropi faker. Koliko dugo radi, koliko dugo performuje. Yahoo ima trenutke da izgleda izvanredno, ali... Kažem opet, za sada su to samo trenuci.
12 minutes in, the biggest difference is 400 gold.
Yeah, item spikes are coming in right now. Cleaver for Tracing and Sunder to Sky for the junglers.
This might look for a play. Shadow Dash on to Way. Arcane Storm down as well. There's a Cataclysm for the follow-up. Late to the party is Hype as he begins to wail away on Kalis. Hype dashing across.
Look at Hype.
And some good Mystic shots, as you say. What do we have left in terms of ornaments? Unleash Power and Dragon's Rage available for KC. Yeah, who caught with an Essence Flux. Lucio looking for the flank position. Seven tries to keep him at bay.
You have Taunt Flash available, but getting really chunked by Seren there on the sideline. Good marking by Seren to deny him that entrance to the Banana Bush.
There's also Petrifying Gaze. There's Stand United as well for Lucio. That's why he can recall in the middle of this. Hype just dashes in onto Yahoo. Unleash Power coming out. Hype flashes away. Flag and drag. Yike with a good Dragon's Rage kick means that Yahoo picks up the kill. The Stand United out from Bucio. Enough to dash in and get another kill onto Hype. We wanted explosivity. Heretics delivered.
Serin će da umre za to. Znaš ko dobije kill, neće dobiti kill, flashova je Kalist. Ive je sad mrtav. Ovo je samo dum. Dobro, okej. Čekali smo toliko dugo, sad smo konačno dobili Dobili smo konkretan odgovor šta se događa ovu seriju.
And it's kind of because Hype is so late. KC has 4-man strong way earlier than Team Heretics has, and they don't waste a second to go and start a fight. But here, it looks like Hype is standing a lot of these Mystic shots. But I think if he was a little bit more patient, maybe he could look for this. Maybe didn't think about the Stand United from Shen that would come in. I think he thought that if he hit forward with the flag and drag from Douglas would be enough to take that man down. And here it's just, it's a bit sad. Way tries to turn this. Sentinel is so low, gets hit by the laser from Kalist. There's just not enough damage or anything at this point to really trade back in this early skirmish.
Yeah, now KC 2,500 gold ahead. Yike involved in every kill, obviously, of that fight. Now 3-0-2 has the Sunder Sky complete. The only two people who have been left on their island are the top laners. Still a slight gold lead for Tracing as he's about 3 waves of CS ahead.
Nothing new for our top laners, we are used to this. Kana has picked up the Eclipse, and this is kind of where the matchup starts to swing a little bit. If you're somewhat even as Mbessa when you get Eclipse, you're in a very, very good spot. And now you'll start to see him go for really short trades using that Eclipse shield, weaving in and out with that short cooldown. Level 9 Eclipse is really where the Q cooldown becomes so low that you can weave in and out super fast every 6 seconds, as is the cooldown of the Eclipse item. But it's gonna change a lot now for Team Heretics as they're falling behind in their lanes. That mid lane lead that was circa 300 before that fight is now 1.1k.
Yeah.
And Yahoo is kind of in a spot where he can do whatever he wants. There we see the trade from Kana. It's so difficult to trade as Renegade into Mbessa. Once you get to this spot, sure, he is 500 gold ahead, but Yeah, you kind of need to be more ahead in this matchup to really start or keep winning that side lane.
I think the problem, in my mind for Heretics now, is we talked about how all of these champions can do multiple different roles, and we talked about how they want to...
Imaš Renekton na ovom besu i gubiš early game. Ja mislim da ovdje, ovo je jako nezgodno za njih.
KC just kind of do better now, because they have these gold leads, you know?
You're absolutely right, Medic.
There's nothing unique about it, right? It's not great at pick, it's not great at team fighting, it's kind of jack of all trades, does everything relatively well.
Yeah, I mean, the thing you have is the Cataclysm. Yeah. That is the one thing I think that can bring Heretics back into the game. A good Cataclysm into a flag and drag on someone that doesn't have flash. For example, here, Catis doesn't have flash, could be the target of a Cataclysm, because everyone is TPing in. It's going to be a fight here.
Riftheld, hook landing from Wei, depth charge as well onto Busio, who will survive through it. Gravity field, Wei has to flash away. Meal on the top side, Renekton and Mbess are still trading. Riftheld was summoned.
Both ults used from the top laners. Yikes. Enemy lines.
Busio still has Stand United. Yike can just dash away and use the blast cone.
He's now in his own lines.
Okay, so we had a fight over the Riftheld. No one died.
That was fun.
And the Riftheld was put down in immediately.
I guess da ćemo gledati do 20. minuta opet 5-1 i da će samo odjednom Casey dobiješ na 7k gold lead ovdje. Ali mislim, Heretici ne rade ništa. Ok, kao, uzeli su Void grabove. Kill. To je to.
They're just gonna stay here. They're gonna commit to a siege on mid. They're not gonna recall or go to the side then. This is an NA ram at 10 minutes or 17 minutes, sorry.
Yeah, they're just looking for more plate damage.
This is kind of like, go bot. I wanna get this mid wave. And they just like keep ego checking each other.
No, these 3 CS are mine.
Yeah, and eventually someone has to get ego checked. Like the
It was Yehu. Yehu lost the ego check.
You know the picture with like the line, the defeated male walks away. Yehu going to the bot lane now.
In the end, like Kulus just pushed the wave and backed as soon as Yehu left. That's asserting dominance if I've ever seen it.
Yeah, gonna recall now. Push out the wave though. Still Douglas. Get a flash here.
Look out of the week. Knocks him out of his flag and drag, and Yehu will be able to go back and finish his recall. Kulus now has his rocket belt.
Kalisti jako lepo igra Viktor. Iskreno jako lepo igra Viktor. Prvi put kad ga je pikao, baš me pozitivno iznenadio. Sam mislio da je dosta okrenut kao Draven u Kalisti i tim glupostima. Međutim, u stvari jako konsistent mage igrač. 18. minut, 180 plus CS-a na 3 čoveka na strani KC-a. Kalist. Možda i Kalisti igra Viktora.
Yes, because Douglas cancelled Yehu there in the bot lane. He didn't get a flash out, but he did get the cancel onto Syndra. Knowing he didn't have TP, they started the Dragon. Very good choice by them. Get something back in his game that so far has been very KC favored.
Yeah, it was even until the Dragon fight.
Until it wasn't.
And then it became very KC favored. And Heretics, as you say, like they're finding small bits. But the problem
Za 20 minuta gema smo imali 30 sekundi akcije otprilike. Renekton ima ult. Ne, nisi stigao do ult.
And so Kana gets a full tower, or some of a tower, because Yehu's going to do that whole, hey, which one of us is going to stay here? Oh, I would love some tower plate gold as well.
I guess I'm in his lane now.
40 gold?
There's a wave coming. Might as well take it. Sorry, Kana. I know you really like farm, but...
the wave,
I'm just closer to the wave right now. It's just more convenient for me to take it.
Someone probably proxied it. I don't know how it died.
Oh, no.
And now the gold leader...
Dobro, nisi se zabavljaju.
Good job, Casey.
Yeah. And for Heretics, again, we sit in this situation where you're saying a good Cataclysm could be fight-defining, but it becomes less and less fight-defining the more items your opponents get.
It's more about poking them with a stick and saying, hey, do something right now. Because we need them to force something nice.
This is feeling... Yike. I mean, they have, and depth charge go down. Yike will move away from Kulus to make sure the knockup doesn't come out. With the Arcane Storm down onto Wei, he has to dredge line away. Scatter the Weak doesn't connect. And yeah, a combo onto Yike into a depth charge in the end leads to nothing.
Pushed a few buttons, that was fun.
This is... You were there, like 2014. You lived, you were alive, you watched esports.
I played on Rogue.
You were playing on Rogue. I watched a lot of LCK versus the West.
Maincaster chilla u chatu. Problem je, znaš šta je problem? Problem je što sam ja Maincasteru dao pola moje dnevnice i Maincaster je rekao, mene ne zanima da radim za takve pare, moraš mi daš duplo više. A znaš, ako dam cijelu dnevnicu, onda ne valja, onda nema mene. Tako da, žao mi je, ali imali smo budžet za toga najjače kastera samo za prvu seriju. Trenutno pregovaram sa sponzorima da rešimo malo veći budžet pa da nam main caster bude tu non stop. Biće teško, ali mislim da ćemo na kraju uspjeti iskreno. Da, nije, vidi. Slušaj, vidio si kvalitet u prvoj seriji, znači, to nije jeftino. Tako nešto se plaća i plaća se poprilično ozbiljno. On ga traduje ispod kule u Renekton Besa matchupu. Ok, Douglase, ali šta sad? Kako ti nemaš ti sustain damage da se biješ s tim nikad? Tvoj Renekton možda ima ako konektuje stan kad treba, ali ni to, ništa. Drago mi je Shady da se razumemo, to je najbitnije na kraju dana.
Hype can't fight this. Make us out of there. Seren is there to protect. 2014 was too early. 2015, 2016 is a better judge of what I'm talking about here.
2014 went Alliance, right?
Yeah, but it was also, I think, that was the year TPA won, right?
No, that was 2012.
That was 2012. Maybe 2014 is right.
Yeah, 2014 wasn't a good year for EU. We had Alliance, they kind of got kaboomed.
Oh, yeah, no, 2014 is fine. That's the Samsung white, Samsung blue era. Yeah, I was right.
We got kaboomed in the groups back then. Unfortunate, but it is what it is.
I mean, it was great for Kaboom. Yeah, they had a good time.
Casey, you see them just expanding.
Mislim, ovo bukvalno samo izgleda kao da Casey vozi, a heretici sede ono u child seatu na zadnjem sedištu i čekaju da dođu na odredište. A odredište je 2-0 za Casey.
They know that you're bot side instead, so Kana and Kalista blocks any play that Douglas wants to do.
It's a smothering, right? Like, you just are not really allowing Heretics any step where they want to step. Seren does a good job of getting a little bit of a bounty out of the bot lane tower. Brings that gold lead down to only 5.5k. But 5.5k is still a pretty big sum to have to deal with.
Yeah. And it feels like Heretics really struggling to find any proactive plays. It seems like they've always been very reactive towards anything Casey has been throwing at them. It was really that first play in the river that set the tone of this game.
But it's also, how do you find a proactive play, right? Every time they tried to make one on bot side with Tracing and Douglas, and they die. They both die in the proactive play.
I mean, at this point,
you're just too far behind.
At this point,
you can tell that Casey realize how far ahead they are, because neither of their low mobility mages have bought a Seeker's Arm Guard.
Yeah. Do you know what the play is here? It's a classic play. It's flank and pray.
Okay, flank and pray. Here we go.
You TP in as a top laner. You get that shield. You flank and you pray. And maybe you get a Ruthless Predator stun onto someone. Maybe you get one kill. Maybe you get a... Even a 1-for-2 fight is still a win at this point.
True.
You need to trade some gold.
Well, they've managed to do that by taking a top tier one.
Yeah.
Seren. Oh, Dragon's Rage Kit's going to catch him out as Yehu looks for the Scatter of the Week, doesn't land it. Seren has to flash away.
Da, ali Casey baš mora da izinta ozbiljno. Kao to je sekvenca intovanja koja mora da dođe od Casey-a.
Heretics really wants to contest this dragon, but they can't really do it.
I mean, all credit to KC, right? Like, Heretics, obviously we're frustrated that they can't pull the trigger, but KC are doing everything they have to make sure that Heretics can't pull the trigger.
I mean, this is what a top team should look like.
Yeah.
KC right now is displaying confidence and patience. And it's playing very clean League of Legends. So often we see in our region, we see top teams against lower tier teams, and we see very messy games that is not very confidence-giving. This looks like a good-ass team.
Yeah.
KC, you are playing masterful League of Legends, not giving Team Heretics an inch at all.
It's even, like, they played for the blue. Oh, this is nice, though, from Heretics. Step charge down onto Yehu, also catches onto Yike. Stand United in, there's a Cataclysm for the follow-up.
Dobro, Douglas. Ovo je big, u stvari Syndra je bila jako van pozicije. Dobro, prvi int od KC-a. Nije strašno. Hype mora se pazi, njega vam besa melje ovde. Da, ovaj kill. Ovo je užasno od Hype-a bilo.
Might be even Baron for Casey if they really want to start it here. They could consider doing it. Don't have the best damage because they have a Victor and Yehu is dead.
Yeah, they're gonna back off it.
And just as I open my mouth, Casey ends up getting caught, and it's a good pick by Heretics. Yehu steps way too far forward here. And Douglas with a flank, and there is a TP flank we're talking about. Flank and pray. Tracing with his massive shield comes in, gets the ruthless very good block by the Shen W.
Yeah.
Not the best feeling.
They still get the kill.
Yeah, they get a kill, they get a flash from Yike, get a flash from Busio. Here to plays over. Little bit over aggressive from the rest of Team Heretics. Sarah steps up, takes a lot of damage, and then Hype is like, I want to help my guy. That's not your guy to help my guy.
Yeah, I like the confidence from Hype, but he needs a little voice in the back of his head saying, hey, don't arcane shift forward. Because that's happened twice now this game.
I don't think he needs a noise. I think the other players in Heretics need the same voice as him.
Okay.
Jak izgleda malo prehlađen. Kako stvari stoje. Ne, teško je. Mislim, u poziciji Heretika kad god vide da Casey pravi grešku, oni će baš da all-inuju da panišaju to, da probaju da panišaju tu grešku. Jer, mislim, najverovatnije gledano će svako biti u dosta nezgodnoj situaciji, ćemo da imamo. Dobro. Lepo od Jajka, Serin mora da umre, clean, Douglas je živ, ja mislim. Uš, clean od Jajka, clean movement. I Douglas zna da je mrtav, mora se vrati nazad. Mislim da ne... Ne, Barona neće, hoće, neće. Izgleda da neće. Dobro. Mislim, Fajnco ne žele da trojuju game, tako da...
3 people wants to finish it, 2 people wants to turn and start a fight, and it becomes a hot potato mess. But Casey executes on it nicely, and they will be rewarded with an actual Baron take this time.
They will. Kana did die. I think he was distracting Hype and Tracing during this play.
Let's see what he was up to.
Yeah, he's just trying to keep Tracing Hype away.
He's level 16, I think he's very confident, but...
Too confident.
A little bit too confident.
A lot too confident.
Nice, flash out by half there. But yeah, this play by Busio. I mean, they think that usually this would kill a support. Usually, if you catch a Shen in the miasma and Cassio lands like 5 Twin Fangs with a Noxious Blast, Shen usually dies, but with the goal lead that Casey have mounted, they have a little bit more liberty in the games, or in the way they play the game. Douglas jumps in with a Cataclysm, but it's all for naught.
Yep, and there is Baron over to KC. Soul point already theirs. Soul up in a minute's time. They can continue just to apply this pressure. It looks like it's going to be a 1-4 split. Kana down towards the bottom side. Yehu and Kalis pathing through mid.
Yeah, let's look at this. They're going to probably leave Yehu here mid by himself with the TP. Actually, no, it looks like Kalis is going to stay there. You have to be very careful, though, as the one in the 1-4 here, especially against the Jarvan. You can't really step up too far. You see he's walking very confidently up, but it's because he sees them. He sees where they are. He saw them here. And he felt very safe. He knows Jarvan is far away, can't really land a Cataclysm, and now they're looking. Busio is here to cover.
Kalist has Seekers, Flash, and Stand United.
Yeah.
He has 3 different ways to help him out of a bad situation. As KC sync up their waves, take the tier 2 on the bottom side. Kana now out on the map. Douglas looking for a flank position, is behind Kana.
I mean, in the 1-4 you usually want to attack the 1, but look at how Casey is transitioning the 1-4 because they're making Kalista 4.
Jarvan go ulta, oni bi pokušavaju da ubiju Kalista, ubiće Kalista. Samo je pitanje šta se događa dok Kalista umire. A događa se da umire i Busio. Kehu int TP, užasan TP. Dobro, ovo će biti ne sol za KC, tako da dosta veliko za Heretike.
No matter how much gold you have, an AD carry will find a way to die on mid-wave every single time. I don't know what's wrong with them. Why do you play 1-4 and put your AD carry on mid? You know he will die. You know he's gonna die. Kalisius walks up here, gets Pikachu face surprise there when Douglas and the Renegade ends up behind him here. The classic flank and prey strategy working really well, flashing out of the Cataclysm, but hey, that's a very long wave. You are not safe.
I look at where Yehu's TPing from as well.
Medic.
I mean, like, we've been praising KC the entire time. That was bad. That was poor from them all round. Didn't do their due diligence. Lost out on this Baron power play they had. Then they lost 500 gold on it. They didn't get sold. And
even after competing, I've retired from competing. I still have to watch mid laners die on mid waves.
80 carries. Just because he's playing Victor doesn't make him a mid laner.
He's still an 80 carry at heart.
80 carry at heart.
Oh my god.
Is this the protest? All the 80 carries die on mid wave because they're protesting having to play majors.
And I thought Casey was doing a very nice play. I was like, okay, they had the one forward, Kalista was the one on the mid, and then they were transitioning, making Kalista forward, leaving Syndra bot with the TP in case the fight breaks out. But he's way too fast. He's stepping up way too far before they have made that.
A vidi, niko nije stavio. Fali ti Mata koji skrimuje da stavi na drugu stranu. Tako je, mora neko da stavi na drugu stranu. To određuje koliko se deli s druge strane, znaš.
The problem with it is always you always notice the time they die. You don't notice the time they got that 6 extra CS. Right? And that's all they're playing for. They're like, hey, there's 6 CS here, I can get these.
I mean, he will get the CS. He can just stand here. He will get it. It will come to you. You're gaining 5 seconds.
Man, you lose like 50 aura if you stand that far back.
The CS not going anywhere.
How is he meant to frame mog his opponents if he's not in the same frame?
The minions are not gonna camp at the Nexus. They will walk down that wave. I promise you. They're not going anywhere. No one's gonna take them from you, Kelly. You can just. Oh my god.
It's true. It's true. For now, though, it doesn't mean too much in terms of state of the game. We still have a 4,000 gold lead for KC. It's just frustrating after praising them to see a mistake.
Pardon my agitated
You can be as agitated as you want to.
I just have seen it so many times. You would think they would learn. You would think they would adapt how they play the mid waves, but no. The minions shall be pushed as far to the enemy tower as possible. That is very important. Yike looking for the Raptors here. Douglas is waiting on the sidelines.
Like
Smite's gonna get out with it.
Gets out with it. Yike has a huge bounty on his head. 700 extra gold. If you can take down this Lee Sin, which no one's managed to do.
I just can't wait for the analyst desk to hear Jack Spectra like try to gaslight me into thinking it's a good
support of why it's great that I died on mid lane.
Actually, it makes sense he died on mid wave there. You know, he was just trying to propel the game.
Yeah, and just tempo vibes. You got any tempo tokens to spend? Oh yes, we'll spend them on dying on mid wave.
Yeah, Jack Spectra, please defend that play in the analyst desk later on. Thank you very much. For now though, we see Yike invading the top side camps.
And Heretics are still very much on the back foot.
They are.
Right? There's still big leads across the board for KC.
Have delayed the soul though.
Yeah, they delayed the soul. 3.5 items complete on 7. 4 items now on Hype as he gets that endless hunger. There's a Guardian Angel for Tracen. Like, there are options for Heretics.
I just want to say, respect to Hype. He bought the glutinous greaves this game.
Yes.
An item you need to stack up and get multiple 10 takedowns.
Man, the guy's got 3 stacks. I don't know what
to get max value out of. To buy that in a game like this, that's confidence. That's pure, concentrated confidence.
That's why he keeps shifting forward.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, it's an extra gluttonous greaves stack.
That's a stack. That's 4% Omnivamp.
30 seconds on the Baron. KC have control over the top side. They've got good vision placed in towards the Heretics jungle as well. Trying to avoid another flank situation. They want to make sure that they just have these waves pushed in. And then in about 20-25 seconds.
All summoners are up and available for this dragon fight. Only Yehu, but it's going to be up as dragon spawns.
Do you not just go Baron first? You have to play the Drake?
I mean, that's the thing, right? Do you need to play the Baron first? Because you can start the Baron. But as Heretics then, you really want to deny the Dragon. Give the Baron, sit there.
Ne grešiš, Zok, ne grešiš.
And then hope that Casey makes another bad
Ne.
Baron siege.
Well, Baron has begun. KC on it.
We'll see what Heretics does about it, yeah?
KC... Što igraju u Eza, Renekton, jedino što Casio skijela sa strane Heretika. Vamo skijela Ambessa, skijela Syndra, skijela Viktor i u neku ruku skijela Shen supportije, ali opet kao ako ode u neki ekstrem da će proći puno vremena, Shen definitivno ima neki vid skijela.
Maybe they will succeed in pulling Heretics into their zone of control instead.
Two shot out. Way on his way across.
Douglas is dropping the Dragon. He's running here. They want to fight this.
Dragon has been dropped. It's going to cause a nasty dent in the floor. Douglas on his way across. Sevin still looking. Kana has a long flank, but he will be spotted by wards. He's instead going for the top tier 2.
How do you start a fight as KC though? Like, you need a Scatter the Weak or an Insync. It's very difficult for them to engage when they don't have that taunt flash from Lucio. Now Heretic's gonna go back to the Dragon.
And KC are going to go back to the Baron.
Yeah, that was a fun little interlude.
I mean, KC at least, they're getting a tier 2 top out of this, right? It looks like 7 is going to be left to himself on the Drake.
This is a 50-50
way.
They need to force the fight.
Kalist step forward, hyped, dashing in. Arcane Storm comes down. Pana trying to trade with Douglas. KC, 5 members strong as 7 continues. Flash away from public execution. 7 should be able to take the Drake here. Callisto trying to chase forward. Drake down to 1,000. Tracing caught out. Yike dashing onto him. Dragon Trade kick back. There's the Guardian Angel. Douglas gets a smite on towards the Dragon. And they're tracing with a slice and a dice. Oh, dodges the Scatter of the Weak, but should still die here. Trying to trade in with the Ruthless Predator. Won't be able to get too much more out of it. 7 resets. The Drake does go over to Heretics.
Can they translate this into Baron though? Because Tracing can make, Douglas can make it there, but he's on front right now. Looks like they're gonna give it. Still Team Heretics.
Dropaju. Dropaju.
And the game
you could fight this
on giving.
I mean, Heretics have Depth Charge, they've got True Shot Barrage, they've got Petrifying Gaze.
No, Heretici nemaju, kažem, samo Casio skijela.
True Shot will hit Yahoo. Douglas is like...
A njoj je dosta specifično kako igra jer mora da ima i Zonju, a trebaju i MR. I onda vidiš ima Seekers, ima Mercs. Jer mora da se brani protiv oba tipa damage-a. Jer ako odeš na full MR, tebe MBS-a bukvalno šota iz rotacije.
Casey's taking a fight, but Yike was on the Baron at that time. It was pretty much a 4v5. He was so far away from the start of that.
I still think a lot of it comes down to the fact they don't have easy engage.
Yeah.
Right, you're reliant on Lee Sin doing stuff like this to find a singular pick.
Yeah, I think Lucio losing his flasher before was really big for Team Heretics. It's really that Shen taunt flash that is, he's like the disposable man. They can just send him in there, he will taunt, he will die, he will get some CC. It doesn't really matter because they'll win the fight afterwards. But when he can't find that easy engage, not that simple. Find the fight for KC, and Heretics have been clawing their way back into the game so far. We're praising how clean KC were playing, but they've kind of lost their grasp of this game the last 10 minutes.
For all the praise we gave KC, we now must equally say, hey, you have not extended your gold lead from 6,000. Now that's only it's less than a tenth of either team's goal, right? So it's nowhere near as substantial as it was. You've given up 3 Drakes. Heretics are now 1 soul point as well. You've got 2 Barons. Now you do still have 1 minute 44 seconds with this Baron to see what you can get out of it. But the last one you lost net 500 gold.
Yes.
After you get a ton of gold for killing the Baron, so you lost quite a lot.
Kalist back on the mid wave. Gonna do it right this time. He thinks. Mid-slash is fine. Still, you are ahead in items, but that's a 3.5 item Casio. That's a 4.5 item Ezreal. They are not weak.
Yeah.
They're by no means weak. They will still do damage. They will hit hard if they land their skills.
The only problem for Heretics is they only have 2 people that can easily clear a wave from range. Because of that, Tracing has the wave pushed in bot. KC used the fact that Hype moved across to push in mid. That's double in here. Much better push here.
Absolutely. Looks way better from KC. Splitting up the map, not leaving anyone isolated. You see they have a 2-2-1. A very unconventional Baron setup. But it does seem to do the job. Heretics really wants to find a clutch engage on one of the 2s right now, but making it hard because they're so close. Also, the Stan United is available.
Lucio coming in from the side. Hype dashing away from Yike.
Mislim da ovdje mogu samo završiti game, ne? 38 minuta do duše. Dosta se razvukla partija koliko sam mislio će trajati.
Hype down to a 3rd HP. First Nexus Tower falls. Kana can TP back in. He stays around for now. Second Nexus Tower, the target for KC is they'll take that one down. 7 trying to get the damage on the Kana, but he just can't make it stick. Douglas in the GA. Yike able to walk away. 7 low. Kana dashes out as well. KC playing this one incredibly well as Callisto is no mana. The dash in from Hype for the kick.
Clean. Mislim, KC je miljama bolja ekipa. Pogotovo što je KC već dobio i G2, dobili su veći koji, tako da... Što ga Serin kajta, gledaj, možda prići. Možda mogu da... Ne znam, mogu da defaju. Serin je živ. Serin je jedina osoba koja radi bilo šta vamo za ekipu KC-a. Ali kripovi završavaju game. Da, ode Hype. Ulti went, to je to. Bravo za KC. Jako lepa partija. Uzeli su prvi, vidjet ćemo da li mogu da uzmu i drugi i da završe ovu seriju ekspresno.
the first one by KC. They clean up the gameplay and make sure they finish out the game somewhat cleanly at least. And yeah, we gotta remember that was a very, very convincing game from KC initially. Had full control of the first 20 minutes.
That they did. It then fell apart a little bit. All credit to Heretics for finding their windows.
Yeah, and now we're gonna toss it to Jack Spectre, who's gonna exactly tell me why it's good to die in mid-wave as an AD carry.
Finn, I never said this. I don't know why you are making it seem like I love dying on mid-waves, or I think it's good for ADCs to die on mid-waves. I was actually going to break down that KC is a good team and does good things. But all Finn wants to talk about is ADCs dying on mid-wave. Yeah. Well, also in that play, Finn, like his whole team is flanked. Of course he's going to die. That's not the play that we have here, Finn, because that's not what we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about KC being good because KC won. So we're not going to focus on the one single mistake that Kaliz made in this game.
I agree. Finn ruins everything.
Thank you. I agree with that.
But anyway, clip, if we can have it in just a moment.
What are we talking about? I'm so lost.
So the clip that we have here is essentially that KC decided to drop the dragon up against Team Heretics.
Okay.
But a lot of teams, when they drop the Drake like this, they don't get much in return. But KC recognized they can zone them off and get so much on the map. They get the mid tower, they get the kill on top, and they will get the top tower as well. And it's because they recognize how much stronger they are that they force Team Heretics away. And Kalist had actually already chunked the Estral down to half. So that was well played to Kalist. Finn, that was well played to Kalist.
He did then die.
He's not even here. Like, he's stunning him out. Finn is not there. The casters are gone. Anyway,
he lives in Jack's head rent free. It's fine.
Yeah, they dropped one Drake, but they actually dropped 3, which considerably slowed down the game. Could they have avoided that? Because there was a storm before all this.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, but Kalist dying on midwave didn't help the situation.
Well, there you go.
But I do think there was like, I liked the idea of trying to drop third dragon to bait them into Baron, because like Finn caught out on the cast. They didn't have the greatest of engages. Like a Scatter the Weak, Boostio trying to find a good Shen angle always makes it a little bit more difficult. So having pockets of vision that you can play around makes that easier. So I like the idea of dropping the dragon to try and set up Baron, but it just didn't quite work out. But they still got across the finish line, right? And I do think that like that's kind of the main focus, is they're still very cognizant of what their win conditions are and how to try to play through them, and I think that's really where it sets up.
I think KC was very clean. I mean, they had the one mistake, and I think a lot of it came down to the draft. Like, their draft had 2 mages, right? No DPS, so it's quite difficult to do the Nasher. I think, like, if KC had, like, you know, a Zaya or a Lucian, you can quickly rush the Nash. Or normal ADC, you can do the Nash much faster, right? But in this game, since they have quite low damage, and they also have very low engage, right? Like, Yike has a lot of the burden here to find some crazy angles and find some crazy kicks. And Boostio, he can follow up with the Stand United, and Kana can follow up as well with Public Execution, but it's really on Yike to find that, or a great scatter from Yehu, which makes it difficult for them to progress into the game. That's where I think we can give so much credit to Yike for being such a big factor in this game.
Yeah, I can't listen, honestly. Like, I thought the same thing when I saw him last week in France.
He's improved so much on it, because it was kind of bad.
Yeah, he improved so much, and I feel like KC overall improved with what they can do in the early game. And it comes down to Yike as well, with what he can do, because for so long, especially in spring, he was the guy managing to find those clutch comebacks in the games after KC had some sloppy early games, but I feel like those days are behind them now.
Yeah, I mean, Laura, you've been talking about it a lot backstage, is like KC have stepped up in the early game, and it feels like a huge amount of that has been coming from Yike. I think he's been absolutely spectacular. I think he's been linking up with Boostio well, and it's really improved that early game for KC, and now they're in a position that, well, their late game team fighting is spectacular. Their early game is great. It really does feel like they're starting to become an all-round team. And now the question for me is more so, like, how far does that go? Because you've kind of got, like, an undefeated potential streak on the cards here for these guys. They've already beaten some of the top teams, and, like, their schedule tends to get a little bit easier from this point. So,
all right.
I mean, what can they do? You know, I'm just putting it out there. They look pretty good and consistent.
Do you have the schedule for KC? Of the upcoming teams they're going to face off against? Because I feel like every time we set up a team saying they're going to be undefeated, they manage a way to
I know.
F it up.
But I like to have
But
my
it's usually
moment to talk
G2.
about it. Yeah, exactly.
So,
And KC have, in regular season, been more consistent than G2 for the last little bit, right? And like when you think back to the last few that we had like G2 last year that obviously had the 4-0 in summer, and then you look back to 2016, which was where, you know, there was 8 draws in that undefeated thing, so you're kind of a little bit off for G2 as well. And then it's 2015, which is of course the Fnatic 18-0. So like there are still moments where we've had it, but I think it would be really cool to see KC kind of take their stride and really see if they can close out this regular season undefeated.
I think Fnatic will make them lose.
It sounds like a joke when you say it. I don't know why.
I think you're listening to Odo too much. I think that's why.
Okay, if they lose to someone like that, who would they lose to?
So
it would have to be very, very silly.
I kind of want it to be SK if it happens.
Yeah.
Because I think like they held their own against G2. We're starting to see the inklings like, and especially if SK hasn't been performing well for the last couple of splits, and then you go up against them, I feel like that's the team you go in with too much confidence, and suddenly it's like, oh crap, we're down like 3-4k gold, and then SK close it out.
Place our bets. Is is KC gonna go undefeated here in summer? And if they don't, who are they gonna lose to? So far, going 1-0 up against Team Heretics. Let's see what happens next.
Yo, Rep. Is this in-game light?
Ref,
Yeah.
in-game ref, in-game ref. Don't make fun of Reaper's accent, bro. Sorry, it's his second language. Yes or no? Oh, nice. Oh, is he here? I'm gonna say
flash. Nice. We can hit. Nice. Good.
The Heretics will have to settle just with Yehu's scout. Hype dashing across the wall. Kana begins to open up on him, and Hype almost 40 doesn't the end to Kalist.
Oh, Ayada. Kill. Go. Kill.
Champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
The whole room was howling.
Howling? Oh. That's not howling, buddy. That's...
Did you steal the LEC trophy? Okay, you can close it.
you never deceive. Big ego, bigger brain, it's really obscene. So we only wear designer cause we always look clean. And for that money, 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 everybody a fiend. And the bling like a chandelier hung on my chest. And I get it for free cause I'm simply the best. See deposits every hour, not breaking a sweat. Out to lunch with my girls, grant every request. Thank you.
And we're back for more League of Legends.
That we are.
Oh, that we are. That we are. That we are.
That we are.
We're here. We're ready. League of Legends is going to happen on our screens as KC take on Heretics. And what could be the final game of Week 2 here in the LEC. Heretics on the red side have banned away Camille, and we have a Vi ban from KC. You'll all see those in a second. I can see them right now.
He knows everything. He's omniscient right now, as we are in fact heading into draft 2. And some power picks to look out for. From my side is Jace.
Sure.
I think we'll be banned away because you don't want to give Kana Jace.
That's
true.
true.
You want to play again? You want to play Jace into Kana? I don't know. Already banning the Akali from Team Heretics makes me look towards Orianna, who's still a champion up and available. Orianna Nocturne, a good combo, and really only Akali is the main answer to that.
Never mind.
KC agrees. They ban Orianna after they say the Akali ban. Don't want to give over the Orianna with Akali still up and available. You can play lock into Orianna, but I think Akali is just a little bit more consistent on the stage.
It is true, and now Heretics have to look at their final ban. That Jace would make the most sense. Instead, it is going to be a Bard removed by Heretics.
Bard removed, okay. We'll see where they go. Support still up and available is Leona, is a very strong support, and the Rel are the ones I'm looking for. But Jace, do you take it now, Heretics, or are you willing to give it over for KC? Because I know KC will gladly take that Jace.
They're going to take the Jace, but that means lock is up.
Yeah.
Do KC want to play lock?
I mean, they're hovering it. We do not know if they're going to pick it. Hasn't had that much success in the LEC just yet.
Not at all. But in solo queue,
it's a fun champion.
Pops off all the time.
I like to look at lock play. He is very, very volatile. Very high skill ceiling, I think, on a champion. You really need to know how to navigate team fights. We're hovering the Rise, but the Nivea is available.
So back to Anivia.
Oh, well, this is going to be the Nivea.
Okay.
You don't want to blind Rise when they can go Nivea, so you take the Nivea yourself. Orianna is out, Syndra is out, Cassio out, you're good to go. Now flipping Howard, I don't think that's going to be the pick.
No, I doubt it's going to be a mouth fight. I feel like Yike is playing with our emotions a little bit.
Knowing Kana, I think he really likes the Cassante into Jace just as a neutralizer. Once he gets that Iceborne, can run him down. But I don't think we need to pick top just yet. Jungle champions, Nocturne is banned, Jarvan is banned, Lee Sin is banned, and Vi is banned. Poppy has snuck through the draft. Has been something that's banned a lot.
Yes.
Almost every single game. Now this can be flexed to support and jungle, depending on, I guess, who has the most dashes in enemy team.
How is Anivia into Jace top?
It's playable. Like, it's one of the better matchups against Anivia, just because you can just poke her down slowly from Fog of War. You can kind of contest the wave because you're just stronger. And then when she's catching the wave that you're pushed in, you throw those accelerated shock blasts from Fog of War and poke it down slowly. Lucian Milio will be the pick for hype and away. And today they are playing the traditional AD carries. Strong, aggressive, long-range bot lane with that Milio Cozy Campfire range extender.
Yeah, and then Culling gets you mid-prior whenever you want it later on in the game. Where will KC go? They're going to put Kalista back on a mage, or are we going to see something a little bit more AD focused?
Yeah, I mean, I would think the Poppy goes to the jungle now. You don't really want to play Poppy against Milio. That's a pretty miserable matchup, unless you're going to flash on her skull, level 1. Rumble is a good kind of champion. Not the best champion into Jace. Usually Jace is pretty comfortable in this matchup. You go Storm Ready Surge.
Yeah.
And you get that chunk on Rumble and then just dash away and try to dodge his harpoons with an extra movement speed. So, but it's a skill matchup. Still think that Rumble is lacking a little bit of CC. And you really want to set your Rumble up for success. I would expect Team Heretics to ban out the Rel. Don't think it makes sense to give it over.
I mean, that does makes sense to get rid of Rel. You could also... You could look for something like a Rakan if you really want for KC. It's great follow-up on a Poppy engage.
Rakan is not bad at all. I don't know how the bot lane matchup is. I still think Lucian is probably pushing in that matchup.
Lucian Milio is pushing in most matchups, is the problem, right? If you could play Ashe Seraphine, might be able to push into it. You could also look for a Nico.
I'm thinking about a Sivir lane right now. I mean, you could go Kai'Sa Nico, absolutely. It's not a bad idea, gives you a little bit of setup, but you don't have that much dive in KC. Not really anyone to set up the Kai'Sa except for that Nico that would be the support. As Heretics is targeting these long-range AD carries.
Yeah, I think Caitlyn Karma was the other one that sprung to mind as a possible neutralizer of the Lucian Milio. So Caitlyn's going to get taken away from Kalist. KC probably still looking at jungle bans.
Yeah, I mean, jungle pool is pretty scarce right now. Olaf and Skarner have been taken away. I think Trundle is very good into the Poppy in the 1v1.
Yeah.
Can't really run away as Poppy when the Trundle is putting the pillar on your face and just jumping your back.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. Sephiroth's presence movement speed does get slowed up by that pillar. So,
but then again, you're playing Trundle against Anivia, so you're pretty miserable.
That's the other problem, right?
That's the trade-off, right?
You could play a Xin Shao, I guess, jungle for Heretics. Crescent Guard gives you some area control. Maybe a Wukong.
I mean, in the past, it would be Maokai here.
Yeah.
In way back, this would be a perfect Maokai game for Team Heretics. Honestly, a really good Maokai game in the jungle if you want to play the champion. I don't think his clear speed is that good. It's a little bit outdated, but would be the game to play him, I think. But it will be KC picking first right now. Probably gonna look for a support. And the Rel is available for the Rumble if you want that setup. You could go something like a Rel Sivir, kind of like you just push the waves and get a little bit more engaged. But you call it medic, Seraphine probably with Ashe.
Yeah, most likely with Ashe. It makes no sense. The beat drop, which one is it? The E beat drop? Yeah, beat drop. The fact that you already have a slow from the Ashe auto attacks just makes it so much better in terms
I evo nas nazad game broj 2 da vidimo šta će se ovdje izdogađati.
To set that up for you, and then a good encore on top of a Poppy who is running towards the backline can make a lot of sense. Oh, Finn! Oh, Finn!
Did I just bring back the Maokai from the dead?
You yourself.
Why did I resurrect the Maokai? I didn't miss this champion. Oh, but it's such a good Maokai game though, because you're playing.
Maokaja su lokovali heretici. Pa dobro.
Easy ways to just root down people that solution can dash forward and trade. Well, it's a Maokai.
Nisam ljubitelj, ali okej.
Yeah, definitely of this split.
Yeah.
I'm not sure of how long it's been. No way you play Azir as well. We have seen so little Azir.
We're back
recently.
In time.
This is very much a heritage. Like you said, game 1 draft was very timeless. This is an incredibly timeless draft.
Also very timeless. I mean, maybe this is the nuke tech drafting style. You know, back to the old days. But yeah, the Ashe will most likely come through here for KC. Makes perfect sense.
It gives them such good pick potential as well.
And let's break down the comps a little bit. Team Heretics, poke comp. First on the objective, put down your saplings. And if they walk in, you can look for chunks with Lucian, chunks with the Jace Qs. And the moment someone gets chunked, you can just pop that Maokai ult, start running at them and hitting them while they all have to walk away. Because you look over at the KC comp, who's tanking the Maokai ult? Probably Poppy, but who else? No one else can really tank that Maokai ult. And what I see from KC is a lot of damage, but not a lot of setup.
Azira nismo gledali, mislim da je prvi Maokai koga vidimo ikada u životu. I Azira mislim da je prvo koga vidimo u Splitu, tako da da.
And honestly, if I had to give the draft edge, I would give it to Team Heretics right now, because KC, they need to rely on strong laning phases. They need Ashe Seraphine to have a lot of control in the bot lane, and Yike to have a very creative early game. Yike on this Poppy needs to make himself known in the early game, because I think if we get to a third dragon and the game is completely even, I heavily favor Team Heretics comp.
Okay, well, we'll see if Heretics can get to that third dragon evenly. Last time we saw Azir win in the LEC was back in May when Jackie's played against KC. I believe this is the first Azir, and LPL stats are sometimes a little hard to get. According to Games of Legends, it's the first Azir mid in Summer Split in top regions.
Oh, that makes perfect sense.
It's possible it's been played in the LPL, but he kind of just really fell out of favor. Like, we just weren't seeing much Azir at all.
No.
Now Seren has brought it back to the fore.
I was gonna say that.
Nes, meni je Maokai čudniji od Azira, iskreno.
Yes.
And she doesn't mind flashing walls, because they usually run Hex Flash. So you can do a lot of creative things in the early game. Now, I will just see that I just looked at the chat in this game, and Wei has spam pinged Poppy.
Yes.
He has pinged Poppy so many times, making sure Poppy Ashe Seraphine, Poppy Ashe Seraphine, Poppy Ashe Seraphine. Heretics knows that KC wants to attack them.
Meni se Maokai haos ne sviđa. Ja sam toliko anti-Maokai da ne mogu da vam opišem. Jer ja iskreno nisam siguran, evo sada me neko pita, ja ne znam što Maokai builda. No joke. Kao, jel igraš protoplezam harness Maokaja?
One of the losses was against Yahoo when they were both playing in the LCK Challengers. And Kalis and Busio do have the early push on the Ashe Seraphine, as to be expected. Yahoo trying to trade with Seven, using that egg as a resource, his life as a resource, as the junglers are pathing in opposite directions.
I want to see what Serin does on his Asir, because he's kind of the odd one out in his draft. Doesn't really want to poke, but we know Asir. We've seen Asir many times. Probably going to be hard to look for the Shurima shuffles against the Poppy.
Yeah.
But we'll just be that consistent damage dealer. Lucian's going to bring the chunks, the burst, and Asir will just hold the line with those soldiers. But yeah, early game, Kalist and Busio on this matchup, so comfortable, just has that extra range. I think it's really when Milio gets level 3 and Lucian gets all his spells, so he can dash in, cycle through those double hits. That's when he can start taking control of this matchup, or contest the push a little bit at least. So far,
Dobro, shield da blokira i...
Just going for the invade, okay. We saw Douglas do Razor Beaks into Wolves, Grump, Blue, and then pathing towards mid lane.
He's just covering his bot lane, making sure there's no dive happening, but now Yahoo might be in danger.
Hard grifa. No, okej, flashovo si i šta onda, oni nemaju flash. Izgubio je egg i dao je free kill.
Resurrect in time. That's first blood over to Serin.
It's a really clever pathing by Douglas. Yeah. He dotted his, what is it, dot your I's and cross your T's?
Sure.
He dotted all the I's there, but now Tracing, you have to respect this Poppy gang.
Tracing needs to flash well here. Yike with a steadfast presence.
Walk it out.
He can just walk it out. Oh, hammer shot from Yike won't be enough. Whoa! 2 autos from the tower. Tracing takes him back with a shot blast.
Oh, and Tracing is just laughing at the camera right now.
Of course he is.
He could just walk it out. Yike, there was no play there. He tried to find the charge on the tower to get the stun, but he wasn't in range. This early game is catastrophic for KC.
Yeah, heal coming out from Hype and Way as well as they look for the chase onto Busio. You said like KC needs to get ahead in the early game. They are not ahead. They're 1,000 gold behind. Even their winning lanes are only like 60 gold ahead, and Hype's going to be able to catch that wave.
It's a very
big
no bueno game state. Yep. No bueno. Look at this. Douglas is spotted on this ward, which is why I'm so surprised that Yahoo doesn't pay attention. He did not see him on that ward. No one called it out, and the flash just a little bit too late and a little bit too far away from the Maokai, because he can just follow that with the Twisted Advance.
Flash Twisted Advance enough, and then we see the gank hold towards top. Like, it's as well played all round, but like, he shouldn't be diving this tower, Yike.
I mean, this gank is just a little bit overforced, I think.
Yeah.
It's because for this gank to work, Kana has to walk up and hit like 1 or 2 harpoons. But the moment Kana walks up, Tracing just gets a big chunk onto him, gets the Storm Raider Surge, and just runs away. Yeah. Gets all that movement speed. That's why this matchup is quite good for Jace. If he goes that rune, he can just space away from the Raccoons, make sure, or the Marcoons, did I say that? The Harpoons! Make sure that he doesn't get that full Flame Splitter damage.
Yeah, and now Kana, 400 gold behind in the top lane. Douglas is 400 ahead, Seven is 400 ahead, even Hype and Way are getting the push in towards bot. Kalis should be able to catch that to even out a little bit, but overall, an incredible start for Heretics. 1.4k ahead. In game 1, we saw them not do a huge amount in the early game. I'll say here, good first gank from Douglas. The second kill was more KC making a mistake than Heretics outplaying. The question is, can Heretics actually take this lead and run away with it?
That's the biggest question, right? I mean, Yahoo will still be fine. We know how strong Anivia can be when she gets to those dragon fights. The control she exerts on a given area is massive, but Serin a little bit more comfortable in this matchup now with a 500 gold lead.
Hookshot coming across the map, trying to spot Douglas on his reclear. Where the scuttle crab...
KC, da, mislim, ne znam. Evo, gledam Maoka i čovjek ide na Brn, mislim, on ide na Liandri ovdje. First strike Liandri Maoka i okej, ima... Radit će on damage, sve to super, ali... Onako je vam pozicija Rumble ga ulta, Rumble ga shot od 100 do 0.
Jace Dirk in level 7 is the big spike, because that's when you get your, I think it's 4th point in Shock Blast. Really starts hurting. Scales up with levels so incredibly hard, but Yike is looking for Serin.
Yeah, looking for the crystallized slam combo. Serin flashes it well. Yike also uses his flash frost from Yahoo for a stun on Serin, and a bit of frostbite as well. Chucks an icicle at his back. Serin! Oh god, oh!
Close your eyes, medic. Close your eyes.
That was bad.
That was bad.
Well, good job from Yahoo to find that kill. Really awful play.
Yeah, it was an oopsie. He bumped his nose.
I mean, they've traded them now. We had the same from Yike on the top side, and Seven obviously thought, well, I can slide him back towards Zackless, who's coming in, and didn't manage to do it.
Kana doesn't seem to mind the early kill given over to Tracy, and still has somewhat control in this top lane matchup. So we pan over to the bot lane, not much has happened there.
No, they're both just bouncing waves into each other. I guess you've neutralized Lucian Milio, but when Lucian gets 6 and Milio has 6, they have a little bit more pressure, obviously. Lucian really, when he gets his Essence Reaver, that's when he has such a massive spike in terms of damage, in terms of power in the lane.
This game will be decided around the dragons. Right? Dashes in, gets a little chunk there on Kalist.
Yeah, Kalist down to a third HP.
Boga mi dobar damage, boga mi Milio, Lucian bio. Lepo od jajka, clean, dešna, bravo. Unwifova je, ali mislim da je to još jedan kill ostavio namjerno Kalistu. Clean od KC-a, da. Jao clean od KC-a.
Has had a good impact. We talked about it. Yike had to have a good impact in the early game, and so far it's +2, -1 for gang. So it's a net win. It's a good bait here by Kalist. You see him walking up here. He knows he's losing this all in, but he knows also that Yike is coming, has the barrier. Doesn't have the heal, but still, he doesn't mind. He just sets the gank up super well. Good acting, deserves an Oscar. And a really, really nice 2 kills for KC.
Kalist getting the second one, he'll be happy about that. Busio getting the first means that Kalist can build up towards that first item quicker. Douglas will go for the Drake, but the 1.5k gold lead that we saw Heretics have just a couple of minutes ago has now disappeared. KC take about a 500 gold lead.
Yeah, and Douglas knows that this game is about dragons. Start stacking them as fast as he can. His bot lane died, so I had to wait a little bit for him to be back on the map, but now gets the first Cloud Drake. And really, I want to reiterate, it's all about Maokai, Jace. It's a poke comp. Sure, Lucian is more gonna chunk them with the poke.
Jako čudan Maokai, iskreno. Nes.
Dragon spawns that they can't walk into your control. Only will be traded here by Casey as they're gonna start up grubs. A bit of trading here, but
Kana has no equalizer, and Douglas is in the area, so Tracy knows he can trade relatively aggressively. Yike should be able to take all 3 grubs.
Šta on radi nakon Liandrija? Jel imamo nekog Maoka igrača u chatu? Bloodletter mislim da je igrao. Pokušavam se sjetim šta je zadnji put kad je Maokai bio pikovan 2024. godine fazom. Kad je neko, i tad je bio useless by the way. Čisto dodajem. Ok, commit. A nema, ne znam, možda stižu? Ok, stigli su. Ne znam, Bloodletter skrsa, I guess, posle Liandrija. Da. Ja sam neironično mislio da Maokai rašuje Protoplasm Harness. I u fazonu sam ovo će biti najbeskorisniji CC bot ikada. Igre Alistara u džungli u tom trenutku, kao mislim, ne znam. Ali problem je što njemu treba tegla. Sviđa mi kad se recalla, da li će odmah na Protoplasm? On bez Fated Ashes ili ti tegle, po našem, ne čisti džunglu, on nema clear. I slažem se, Iver 1/1, bravo. Vidiš Imperial možda. Jel mu, da, i Q i W cooldown, ne cooldown ne smanjuje. Imperial, da, Ogi, bravo. To zvuči kao opcija. I dalje ne mislim, by the way, u Ashe, Serafin, ako nisi pored svog suporta perma bez klenza si samo farmovan. Tako da, pozicija hajpa toliko mu je bitna ovdje da je to nehumano.
Waze goes to Campfire and doesn't have the ultimate from the Milio to get him out of that arrow. Really nice pick there from Kalist. Spots him isolated, gets him when it's next to the wall, so he can't really dash away from it. I mean, he could dash left, but yeah, this is a really good angle from Kalist. He doesn't really have anywhere to dodge. He could run into Busio. I mean, he probably shouldn't dash left.
Where my support?
Yeah, it's still a hard shot.
Why you mid? Why you so bad? Mislim, nema, jer sam u fazonu ti u 9 od 10 partije igraš Cleanse i u 10. partiji igraš sa Milion koji je perma pored tebe. Ili, mislim, možeš support je Rasha Mikhail's Crucible, što generalno jeste okej. Jer je ideja da Crucible-uješ Ashe ulti, a onda ultaš Serafinu. To je neka ideja, evo ga, ceo brst tape Mauka, pa Seraphine ćemo raditi isti damage, kao support sa Cruciblom.
Very rich Seraphine. It's something when Brucio plays Seraphine, he always gets a lot of kills.
I mean, all you have to do is just take the kills, you know? Her passive actually very nice for it, because those auto attacks you get after using...
Nemoj molim te, Klara. Nemoj molim te.
An early Mikhail's, I think, as you say, very good buy.
Yeah, really clever, really crucial, so they can actually phase check the Mauk ult when it comes in.
A mislim, Ash Seraphine je... Problem s Ash Seraphine je što je Mel samo beyond hard counter. Toliko je teško igrati u Mel, ljudi, moja vam ga opišem. Jer koji god ulti da Mel vrati šotate, Ash ima bolestan AP scale, Seraphine ulti ima bolestan AP scale.
Tracing stuck on top side, he's going to have to reset, but Kana's going to get a plate because of this. You can see Seven is saying, okay, maybe I can move towards bot lane to catch this, but instead he's actually just playing out vision. Kalis begins to push up through the top side, and all this while, Kana's now pushed a wave in, Tracing's losing that wave, Kana's getting plates. Heretics aren't actually answering top side either, they're getting pushed in, so that's more plates to Kalist, and this is the way that a good team just extends their gold lead.
Yeah, but the thing is, they're covering for each other's lanes. You see there, if Yehu was gonna get blocked from entering mid here, Kana was already moving up to cover the wave so he could stay one more wave top. They're just covering for each other, working in perfect tandem there. Yehu rotating up in case the fight would break out, but doesn't full rotate, just hovers.
Uses the fog.
Yeah, fog of war, a very powerful mechanism for the winning team if you know how to use it.
And Kana here very willing just to accept this wave a little deeper. Went for Rocket Belt first on the Rumble. Don't always see this. Often you will see just like Eliandries for the extra damage, but Rocket Belt obviously helps you escape Jace if he does get on top of you.
Yeah, it's just you're trading a slightly weaker equalizer for more ages in your own matchup.
Yeah.
And it makes sense. You want to be able to contest the Jace because otherwise he can just kind of do whatever he wants.
And you don't need a hard one-item spike because your Ashe is spiking so hard.
Sve u redu, Mito, ništa se ne brini. Što ja zbunjujem, ja sam u fazonu koke pikali su je ovdje. Šta? Ali dobro, nema veze, nema veze. Ne, čudno. Ja i dalje kažem, ja i dalje sam u fazonu... A, Tracy možda ubije Kanu. Kana je još jedan spell i silencuje se. Aj, joj, loše. I wall, okej, da. Znaš da ima Zog... Ima takvih ekipa koje nisu navikli da vode i onda kad uzmu lead ne znaju što da rade. Kao nisu navikli da snowballaju lead. Mislim, gledaj, sve dok je ekipa svesna njihovih snaga, to je sve relativno okej.
Did TP up towards top side. Yehu trying to get in range for the Glacial Storm and the Crystallize. Flash Frost there for the follow-up. Frostbite. It doesn't have a huge amount of damage.
I mean, he has the empowered mercs. He gets the magic shield. He can just walk it off, take a little lap. Are you going to hold this wave for you to carry?
Of course he is. Spruce. There you are. All the minions belong to you. Rift Herald up in 30 seconds. That's what Casey are trying to set up around. Yike on his way out of base. A little late to the play, but Lucio and Kalis can step up themselves. Yehu's going to take all of this tower because Seren wants to make sure there's no one hiding around the corner for him. Yehu gets the local gold. And Casey once again bring their gold lead up to that 2k mark. Hype is strong right now though.
Hype is very strong. This is really the big spike for Lucian.
Yeah.
And see where he takes it.
See what he wants to do with this Essence Reaver. I think Heretics realize like this is kind of the point where you want to fight. You've got double Leandries, Yumu's, Essence Reaver, Mikhail's. Mikhail's still on a little bit of a cooldown, but should be up in the next 20 seconds or so. A Rift Herald fight would be good overall for Heretics, I feel, as Yike is going to walk into Douglas in that river. They'll spot each other in just a moment's time. Douglas forced away from the Herald.
And it was a while ago since we saw double enchanters in the game. And it does change the game a little bit as the calling goes out. I don't think there's going to be a huge chunk from that.
Tako je, Shady. Znači, to je faktički krenulo od početka prethodne godine. Uveo se sistem koji se zove Fearless Draft. I taj Fearless Draft ti kaže ako je heroj jednom pikovan unutar serije, banovan je do kraja iste. I to je jedna od najboljih stvari koje je Riot ikad uradio za competitive i mislim da ako ikada uklone to da će competitive biti jako loše i za gledanje.
He took that trade and he didn't go the way he expected it to, let's say.
It was a little bit too far up in the lane. Usually as Jace, if you take a trade close to your tower, it's really safe because you can just run away, Rumble can't chase you because you can't hit the flame splitter when you're on the tower.
Yeah.
But when you're so far up, the equalizer that comes out after the overheat is the thing that's gonna kill you or force the flash. So this flash early doesn't get more chunk than he has to, so he can at least catch the wave, but now he's gonna recall. Eskana has flash advantage in the top lane matchup. Could be a potential solo kill.
I think Douglas was in the area as well, tracing perhaps.
Odlične. To je istina. Mislim, za gledaoci je mnogo zanimljivije, jer inače, pred kraj, baš, mislim, pred uvođenje Fearlessa, ono što se dogodilo u kompetitivu ti je permanentno, tipa, mislim da je bio Xante u Rambla. I tipa gledaš best of 5 i svaki game gledaš Xante u Rambla i onda sljedeći game Rambla u Xantea. I vidi, ljudi su bili u fazonu, te dokle više ne možemo gledati. Pa bili su jako dosadni matchupi, ali kao bili su optimalni. I onda kao naš Xante nije dovoljno jak da ga banuješ, ali dovoljno je safe da ga first pickuješ uvek. Vej samo mora da cleanse sebe bolje. I Mikkelzi svoj ulti možda koristi cleanse Hearts i samo mora da odigra kako treba. A verovatno Vej koji... Možda je Vej, ne? Ja sam mislio da je Vej tražio pauzu da bude u fazonu. Ja sam kliknuo dugme, nije mi se aktivirao cleanse. Samo što je jako čudno kako radi i Crucible i...
It was Carmine Corp initiating it, so... Yeah. It's crazy that we can, like, I can hear the players very clearly.
Yeah, we can almost hear your comms right now. You're not allowed to talk during a pause usually, so...
You can talk to the referees.
Yeah, you can talk to the referees.
Yeah, you can't talk about game state.
Me and my teammates, we used to theorize that we should practice Morse code, so we can, like, dot our table.
Oh, dot dash it?
So, like, yeah,
interesting.
3 taps is Baron, 2 taps is Bait Baron, 4 taps is Gank, like something like that.
This is one of those things that you can admit.
Da, Casey, sad ćemo da imaš, šta kažeš.
Yeah, for sure. You can talk about it now, and you never did it, obviously.
Ja gledam, rekao, zašto imam u holovku? Legitimno ide smo holovkom okolo. Možda ako igrač ne valja, on ga samo malo pecne od pozadnje.
I hear Ronaldo was exactly...
Igraj tu. Nema pauze.
Yeah, I know. I'm not getting into a whole Messi versus Ronaldo debate, right? I think it's the biggest LP loss at one go we've ever seen in the history of League of Legends.
Yeah, I mean because of the inflation has to
minus
be, right?
4.3k was it that he lost?
Yeah, it's almost the original meme.
Wait, the Svenskaren or the...
Yeah, the Svenskaren TSM.
Okay. One of our players has reported a potential visual bug. League of Legends are investigating. Now, again, this could still be the fly that terrorized the first series of the day because it's a visual bug.
The flies... didn't get that first.
You didn't get that? Sorry. I'm sorry, dude.
Yeah, I mean, let's just be honest, it's looking quite grim for Heretics right now. If you take an analysis of the game state. I'm looking at Douglas's items, and I'm a little bit confused because we haven't seen Mauka in quite some time, and I was curious to see what he was going to buy, because we've seen the AP builds, we've seen the tank builds. Looks like he's going for Leandris into pro...
Sviđa mi se, iskreno mi sviđa ovaj KC. Pogledaj Klarovo, baš je lepo. Pogledaj na dresu ovaj reflektivan KC logo. Gledaj sad kad se pomeri. I ovo što piše, ovo kao full life, šta god. A? Pa pogledaj kako je brutalno. Može mi to napraviti? Pa ne znam, pitam, ali baš je clean ovaj KC logo. Da, kapiram ja da je guma, baš mi upada u oči i jako mi se dopada. Ne znam kako bi na majici izgledalo, ali na dresu ovako crnom. Sviđa mi se. Mislim, ljudi, pauza je, tako da o čemu ću da pričam, razumete, nema što se događa, čekam da vidim da reše to. Ali mnogo mi se sviđa, ne znam šta vi mislite o ovom KC logu na dresu. Mislim, sad ajde, ko voli koju boju, ne ulazim u to, to je jako subjektivna stvar. Ali mi se sviđa mi se refleksija na logo, baš je lepo. Da, bukvalno imaš u counteru liniju noževa, zove se fade. Isto tako ti ono reflektuje od crvena, aranđasta, žuta, kao menjate. Jeste, ali mi taj neki vibe daje. Daje mi fade vibe. Jer u određenom, znaš ako, sad recimo tebi je logo ljubičast, ali... A? Ali vidi, ali kad snime iz ćoškavi kako je žut logo. Pogledaj, znači, bukvalno... Znam, klaro, ali mnogo je dobro. Gle ovo koliko je moćno. U zavisnosti od ugla ti menja boju, od žute do crvene. Do plave. Do plave? Ima ljubičasto, sigurno, evo vidim ljubičasto. Evo ljubičasto. Ne ide zeleno. Ide plavo. Sad. Da, vidi, ovo je full žuto s ove strane. Znači, ovaj gle. Ide full u naranđasto žuto, a s one druge strane ide u ljubičasto plavo. Koliko je dobro, čoveče. Koliko puca. Sad sam pod obsesijom. Pa gdje si, koma jesi živ, čoveče, 100 godina te vidjeli nismo. Bolje da ne znaš, mislim šalim se, trebaš da znaš, nego šta je sljedeći vikend. Da znaš, sad za vikend igramo fudbal. Biće beta test golza i to će trajati 3 dana, tako da u subotu nam je ono, kao ako sad ovu subotu ne igramo, nećemo uopšte igrati. Tako da je plan da se bacimo na fudbal i da se, kako ja to volim da kažem, da se određeni ljudi vređaju iz ljubavi, to tako mora, nema šta drugo. Ali jesi, desi koma ako nije tajna neka. Čestitke, pre svega. Vidim, nema ti, ja rekao, nadam se pre svega da je sve okej. Posao, to je, što bi se rekao, život. Jesi, pa znaš da je Gliša jako dugo radio tu. Mislim, dugo, radio je relativno. Rekao mu je da mu je baš bilo simpatično da radi to. Zavisi šta radiš sve to, ali Gliša je isto radio to. Igramo goals, obavezno igramo goals. Znači, obavezno igramo goals. Ja sam već uzeo neke kodove od ovih devova, pa ćemo podijeliti za ljude koji ne rade, koji ne igraju, nemaju vremena. Mislim, ja recimo ti verovatno neće igrati puno golza. Ja nisam pipnuo golz, ima ljudi koji još nisu ništa igrali golza, pa ćemo onda da podelimo ljudima koji nemaju igrače te kodove, čisto da svi imamo naš, da ne bude neko ko nije odigrao, nije imao sreće, igra sa 50 igračem, a oni što igraju sa 70-80 igračima, naš. Nego da probamo da izbalansiramo koliko možemo. Prava pizza majstor, nice, brate, cool. Mislim da je Gliša bio, ali nije banj sigurno Gliša. Gliša ako negde on je bio tipa vračar, ili tako nešto. Mislim da je on verovatno negde bliže sebe, tako da kapiram da je negde na vračaru on bio. Cool. Iskreno baš mi je drago. Drago mi je te vidim, čovječ, nije ti bilo 100 godina. K-Corp i dalje je pauza. Čekaj. Nešto nije konektovalo, ali kasteri kažu da je high ground, low ground, tako da nisam siguran. Da je high ground, low ground. U LoLu imaš, zavisi gdje stojiš i na koju stranu si okrenut, skillshot možda prođe kroz tebe, a da ti ne pogodi. Znači bukvalno možda prođe kroz tebe, onda igraš traži pauzu, a nije pauza, nego je samo kako je napravljeno u LoLu. Kako ti je okrenut model i da li si ti dole ili si gore na mapi. Kao dole rivera, gore. Tako da tu može se dogode neke stvari koje ne bi trebalo se događaju. Zog, vidi, ja se nadam, ja ću pričati opet sa devovima. Ja ću pričati sa devovima i vidjet ću da li mogu opet da izbaci neki 5 na 5. Ja sam odmah prvi dan ih pitao. Tako da biće, Zog, znam koliko voliš da igraš i biće, igrat ćemo opet. Mislim, nema šta, gol ćemo igrati kad izađe 5 na 5, samo tako. Sećam se koma pakao, vrati. Baš pakao, vrati. A dobro, i kapiram i što nisi kompimo i posao i sve odjednom te... vremenski navata poprilično. I ako išta baneš na fon Gledali smo neke sve filmove, sinoć smo gledali isto mnogo dobar film. Mislim, ništa se preterano tu s te strane menjalo nije. Čilamo ga i dalje, tu smo, zezamo se. Sinoć smo gledali giga fun film, sljedeće nedelje, kažem, čeka nas goals. Ne, da, ja 300%, bre, mi smo zid, brate. Mi smo zid u odbrani, vidi. Što najče, ja iskreno, ne znam da li sam ikad u jednom fudbalu voleo toliko da igram odbranu koliko u golzu. Znači, to mi je sad samo postalo ono, jako čudno moram da priznam. Jer kao svi vole, i kao ja naravno, mislim, nema šta, svi vole da budu napadači, svi vole da šutiraju, da daju golove. Nekako sad sam u fazonu, ne znam zašto, ali mi je toliko zabavno da igram odbranu. Prvi put u životu u fudbalu mi je zabavno da igram def. Tako da, biće. Klasik je fun, jeste, giga je zabavan. Šta smo gledali juče? Gleda si sigurno, Kevine, Morgan Freeman, Robert De Niro i još dva neka glumca. Kako se zove? Last Night in Las Vegas, tako nešto. Last Vegas se zove. To što znači ja sam gledao taj film ranije. Da. Samo sam ga polu zaboravio. Odličan film, iskreno. Ma da dobro vidi, to je... Nekako meni je to ono, kad pogledam sve stare filmove, tipa 10-15 plus godina, stari filmovi su mi 100 puta bolji nego ovi. Novi baš rijetko ubode mark. Mislim, kažem, Long Walk mi je pik, taj mi je film predobar bio. Oni recimo su hajpovali, oni sa vampirima, sa soul muzikom. Možda smo gledali u bioskopu. Sa... Nije Michael Jordanom, ali... Sinners. Da, taj su mi hajpovali, taj mi nije bio ništa spec. Kao okej je film, ali mi nije kao baš je dobar bio film. Tako da ne znam, nemam pojma. Nekako su mi svi stariji filmovi, ono baš pik. Nego moram ja sad izaberem neki film sljedeći, klaro, tako da biće zabavno. Moram ja malo, šta da ti... A nema veze, birat ćemo opet. Ja zbog, evo kažem ti, nikad nisam do golza. I u golzu sam u fazonu, to je to. Mnogo je fun. Mrč je top, Sanetom Feniksa nosim redovno top majici i dalje. Pa drago mi je, baš mi je drago. Skoro smo bili, da znaš, trebamo opet da organizujemo. Bili smo na stonom tenisu sad skoro. Jako je zabavno bilo. I baš smo našli neko mjesto gdje ono nema žive duše. Ono imamo full naš mir. I baš je bomba. Tako da... Meni se neke stvari vremenski iskomplikovale, ali morat ćemo jedan dan da se organizujemo pa da se opet nađemo negde. Da opet pecamo neki stoni tenis, malo se družimo. I ajde, Koma, hvala ti puno što si se javio. Biću late night live, da. Možda ću poslije morati još nešto da rešavam posle leca, ali vidit ću da upalim stream pred spavanje bar na kratko, tako da... Trebao bi da streamujem večeras, ako ništa, bar na kratko. To je plan. Važi, Zog, neće pre 12 biti sigurno, zato što ja sam generalno u komi pre 12. Ne tako, ali kapirate. Tako da ja spavam, mislim, obično streamujem noću, tako da ne vjerujem da će mi ikad pre 12 išta organizovati. Evo ovako. To je izraz. Ne. Unplayable. Push aside and then rotate to a lane. And just try to make a play happen. But you can't always make a play happen. Sure. Sometimes it's better to keep the tension, to just push the wave, half rotate, go in fog, and then instantly back on the wave when it comes back. And therefore you make the enemy team always second guess. Is he gonna rotate? Is he gonna go back? A misliš poslije 12. Da, to trebamo da vidimo. Mislim, u... 12. Da, vidjet ćemo, ne znam. Jer ja baš sad trenutno nemam ideje šta mi je s vremenom. Kakav sam, kad sam, gdje sam, baš nemam pojma, ali vidjet ćemo. Mislim, uvek se najavi tu napred, stavit ću možda i glasanje ako imam 2 vikenda, 3 vikenda slobodno, pa svi glasamo pa vidimo gdje najviše ljudi možda dođe. Odemo, kažem opet, uzemo sat, 2. Možda uzemo 2 sata jednog stola umjesto 2 stola po sat. Pa onda lepo i kome se ne igra može da sedne okolo, da chillamo, da da navijamo, se zezamo, mislim da je to skroz okej.
Tracer is here. Forces Yike away. Ipe able just to farm up the wave. Douglas being forced out as well a little bit by Kana. Drake up in 30 seconds.
Ne komentarišem ništa, Kevin, sve ok.
Kana really wants to invade this blue.
5k gold leada za KC i identična partija kao prva. Heretici bukvalno samo ne rade ništa. Kao jednostavno samo ne rade ništa.
Kana doesn't go back bot. You see, he's very adamant about staying around here because he wants to make a play. He feels so strong. Shadow Flame, Proto Belt, his 2 item spike. A lot of damage.
3 items on Calist as well, who does have the Intro Crystal Arrow back. And, Seven and Douglas. Sneaky. Spotted out with a fast side alteration. Yike is on the Drake. Casey could try and take a 4v5. Seven and Douglas are low HP. It's a Hunter Baron. Important to mention that. Because people care about that now, although they haven't for most of the new Baron's history.
I think we need to see BLG lose their entire team to Hunter Baron at the MSI.
Yeah.
To really realize how OP that Baron is. But you saw this was a very awkward sequence, but still they pushed Heretics off and got rewarded with the dragon.
Yeah, and they're on Soul Point.
Yeah. So
I want to come back to this top lane as a horror movie idea. Do you think that most top laners had the One Wish Willow from Obsession?
I haven't watched Obsession.
Okay, well,
so can you explain it to me?
It's this little toy. It's called a One Wish Willow. You crack it and make a wish, but you can only ever make one wish on a One Wish Willow, and that wish comes true.
Okay,
right.
And their wish was what?
I think most top laners cracked the One Wish Willow, said, I want to be a professional League of Legends player, and then their punishment is that they have to play top lane professional.
Oh, it's like monkey's paw almost.
Yeah, it's a monkey's paw.
Yeah, it's a monkey's paw.
It's a monkey's paw, but only one wish.
You get to be a pro. I mean,
you get to be a top laner.
You get to be a top laner. There's a lot of talk about top lane being boring and depressing, but it is a really
Top je sad bolji. Iskreno mislim da što se topa tiče, mislim da ova recimo meta je meta da ja ne bih volao da budem top laner nikako, iz prostog razloga što je u stvari jako skill based, ja prosto nemam na top. Tako da ovo je legitimno meta gde verujem da bolji top laner može da napravi svu razliku u gameu. Gde faktički nema šta ne radi. Znači, videli smo i Brenda, videli smo i Vayne, Varusa, a opet vidimo i neke Xantea, nekog Gorna, vidimo Siona, vidimo Poppy, Rambla, Chase'a, Fioru, Jaxa. Mislim da top lane nikada nije bio šareniji i mislim da top laneri, neću da kažem nikada, ali dugo nisu imali ovoliki pool u partijama, kao da je top, mislim evo, kažem opet, vidite na EBL-u šta se događa na topu za Magazu. Znaš, jednostavno stvarno mislim da sad kao bolji top laner pravi ogromnu razliku. Jako lepo od hype-a, uleteo je i šutirao je, izleteo je odlično.
Finally, Team Matrix might be able to take some vision back with Calist being so chunked out.
Lucio had to burn flash, heal, and encore for that, by the way.
Really big chunk there from Heretics.
Ooh, with 7 overextending though.
That's a tower, but
importantly, Kana's still in bot lane. 7 puts down the Emperor's Divide. Well played by Yike to dodge to the side of it. And Yike will secure the kill. Nicely done by Casey.
Yeah. Serin, I'm not sure if he has flash or up or not that fight, but definitely chose to hold his ground. Trying to win the mind game against Yike, but Yike was just better, waited it out. Didn't get baited into eing forward into the Emperor's.
Prime, gde si Babal? Igra Prime, ali čovjek, mislim, stvarno šta je za sad radio u Magaza partijama, to je apsolutno neverovatno, iskreno. To je baš neverovatno. Prelepo.
The good thing with the Sun Disc is they don't do a huge amount of damage either, so you can tank that for a little while, especially as Poppy with 3 items. Now,
Dragon in 2 minutes.
Yeah, it's 2 minutes away. So, are we tracking Kana for 2 minutes?
No, we're not talking about Kana anymore. Sure? He's disappointed me. He's just played to normal.
Kraken grouping up in mid. Accelerated shot blast, and Charlie Crystalaro does hit onto way. Hype also caught out, slammed against the wall, and Calist will take the kill. Tracer unable to really do too much. We have a pause.
Da, vidi. Na što je dosta veliko pitanje, Max. Mislim, uzet ću obzir da svakako Balkan će imati slotove na MEA Masteru, kao što uvijek ima. Jako je veliko pitanje koliko to može da uradi na internacionalnom nivou. Znači, trenutno stompuje EBL. Mislim da će mu biti jako teško da stompuje nekog, recimo, iz LFL-a. ali mislim da ako dođe do tog trenutka gdje on recimo igra, sad ajde lupam, ne znam kakav će biti ni format, iskreno je me, gdje recimo on u grupi igra protiv LFL top lanera i njega išutira i magaze izgubi, da on ima jako veliku šansu da bude pozvan negdje. Gdje si, Jacke? Tako da, iskreno mislim, tako funkcioniše MA Master. Ne mora on nužno da pobedi ceo MA Master, samo treba da pokaže koliko je dobar.
This is sounding more and more like a B-rated movie rather than... Oh, doctor. Oh no, I've sprained my ankle.
Okay,
I can't make...
Ne znam šta se događa sa...
I can't believe it. These cats on my screen, doctor.
Yeah, we don't know what the pause is about.
It's another visual bug.
Da, opet visual bug, majko baš.
I encountered the same visual bug as before, apparently. So we will get that either sorted or the expectation will be that it doesn't matter too much. If it was a player, it's KC's side, I guess their argument is we could have lost less health in that play because no one died. Like Busio's still alive. So.
I mean, it could be a barren start for them. If they get that big chunk, they can actually start threatening. So it is impactful, and it's important to acknowledge.
I'm not saying KC shouldn't pause.
No,
you should
absolutely.
always pause if you see a visual bug. It's just one of those ones where I can see people going, it's like they all survived and they got a kill.
Yeah.
Does it matter that their twisted advance looked a bit odd?
Yeah.
And like. That's what the legal officials are here for. They get to come in and say, hey, we think that it didn't affect the outcome of the play that much, therefore continue, you know?
Ok, ništa od neke duže pauze.
KC, they are on the offensive. Let's just say. I mean, Hype did get that really good trade on mid. But
yeah, but then they still lost the fight and they're 7,000.
They haven't really converted into anything.
No.
And it comes down to Team Heretics draft works really well when they're first on objective and they're poking. Any other time,
it works really poorly. And
it's hard.
KC are good.
KC are good. They're not gonna let you be first on the objective if they're winning their side lanes.
Yeah.
If you want to be first on the objective, it's a luxury. You can't just go there and be first because, I mean, if you're there 2 minutes earlier, you're just gonna push out the towers, right?
Yeah, you're just gonna lose gold all over the map, right?
It's a sweet spot. Usually, it's around the mid wave 1 minute before Dragon is usually the most important one.
Yeah.
Because that really decides who gets to be first on the objective.
Yeah, you want to be able to push out mid and then use that pressure because people have to catch the wave to walk into the...
So then you take it one wave further. So the side waves 1 minute 30 before the Drake are the most important side waves. But then the mid wave 2 minutes before Drake is the most important because whoever pushes that can hover the side waves.
I can see where this is going.
Yeah.
I think the mid wave 5 minutes before the last Drake is the most important because then you can go for the dragon.
But that's the thing. My coach Nelson, the coach in LPL in Excel, he always said the dragon setup for next Drake starts when you kill the dragon.
Yeah.
It's very important to realize that you can't relax and just let the game play itself just because you kill the dragon, because the next dragon is coming whether you like it or not.
It's true. It's true. It's true.
You have to have a little bit of initiative, and I think the best teams, they make the most out of their dead time, or what looks like dead time to the viewers, but actually there's a lot of things going on in the game all the time.
It's also why we often see like a fight that looks like it shouldn't really be a fight. It's like, oh, they fought over Razor Beaks. Why are they fighting over Razor Beaks? Well, in a minute 30 actually, a dragon is up. So if we fight over Razor Beaks and we make the enemy team burn their flashes, then we're actually in a really good position for the Drake. You're not actually fighting for the singular camp, apart from the level 6 Scuttle Crab, which often you are just fighting for that singular camp. Most of the time you're fighting for, can we burn resources before the fight we actually want to take?
Yeah, and because the mid waves are so important before Dragon, the best players in the world actually are really good at sneaking side waves. Sneaking side wave is such a skill. I think in Europe, Caps is the best at sneaking
Caps
side
is
waves.
always in the side lane.
Because he always plays, what Caps does, if the side wave is coming out, and he doesn't know if he can take it or not, he plays like right outside the vision of the enemy melees.
Yeah.
So they don't know that he's there, but the moment he gets enough information that he can go and push that wave, he's already there.
Yep.
Playing with Fog of War.
And that's what all good AD carries players do on mid wave as well. They're sneaking mid waves. They're sneaking mid waves. It's come full circle. We're restarting the player's client that had the issue and we'll play.
Restartuju klijent, vraćaju, dobro.
The same fix as it was previously. If you are a cat lover, you've seen a lot of Maokai cats this game, but perhaps in the future we'll see less, depending on what this bug is determined to be caused by.
I mean, Casey has an office cat, so they should be used to seeing a lot of cats on their
That's why they keep winning.
They do.
They're Carmine cats.
Carmine cats.
I would happily have a cat and dog day in the studio. Now I know some people are allergic, and they're just gonna have to live with it. adrenaline is a hell of a drug, and we can put it into you. It reverses anaphylaxis pretty well. Yes, you might have to go to the hospital, but that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make, to have cats and dogs in the studio.
Yeah, no, I think that makes a lot of sense. And just for
you weren't really listening to me.
You were talking about we should have cat and dog days in the studio.
Yeah,
I was listening.
Okay.
But I was gonna give some context to what's happening in the chat, because pro players start the chat. Douglas asked if the same bug happened again, and Yehu responded with yak.
Apparently so.
I don't know what I mean by that.
Ne znam, čudan je KC iskreno. Mislim, dobro, ne znam.
The official ruling from league officials.
Ruling?
They've determined this is a playthrough bug. So we're getting to get through the ready check.
Bug koji ne utiče ni na što. Dobro.
League is an old game. It has been around for a while, and although the dev team is very good at getting on top of major bugs, some minor bugs still exist.
Especially the visual bugs can be tricky to track down.
Yeah. I mean, at the moment we have, if a lock cues an enemy in Specifikacije, they go invisible.
Yeah, but that's just in spectator. This is in-game as well.
It's true.
It's the next level.
It's different. It is different.
I think it could be with the Z-axis. It's always difficult to know where a skill shot is going, where it's being.
Damn Z, every time. We're going to get back into the game, as we'll see the fight almost over. Yeah, there we are. Okay, so KC will get out alive. Yike was McHale'd as he was caught in the roots.
Still turning to the Baron here. Wants to try to force it. Douglas has flashed 25 seconds-ish. But that's just burning down so fast.
Yeah, and there's a good crystallized out from Yehu as well to keep Douglas on the right side of that blue wall. He can try and step forward. Glacial Storm will slow him. 7 Heretics trying to contest this. As Yike pulls off it. It's a 3K right now.
Coming a little bit awkward
KC
here.
Entirely pulling off the Baron. Another accelerated shot blast is going to hit onto Busio. Kana quite low.
He's not confident enough to take the 50-50 there.
Away.
You don't want to risk it against the... I mean, the Bramble Smash has that percentage damage, so Douglas' Smite is very strong if he gets into that pit to combo the Smite with the Bramble Smash. And Casey decides not to take the risk of a potential Smite steal, and you have to respect it.
Yeah, I mean, they can wait 40 seconds for a stop as well, right? So we'll have another look at this play. Yehu with a good wall.
I mean, it's really Yike who's finding the stun. I mean, he's just getting CC locked. When Wei got knocked away from the wall, they couldn't really get the ult off onto the Lucian. I'm not sure if he was in Mikhail's range, but with no flash, he cannot help his Lucian. Actually, fantastic wall by Yehu.
Yeah, it really was. Yike with a slam against the wall.
Lep ult. Dobro, Kana, ne znam da je morao flash ovdje, ali jako lep ult. A mislim, vidi, KC je pobedio G2, pobedili su koji, pobedili su... Posljedno što je bila treća ekipa. Navi? Vitality. Znači, KC je pobedio protiv G2, protiv Vitality, a protiv... Protiv koja oni su rešili većinu svojih rivala, da kažeš, tako da ovaj split se čini kao da bar za regularan deo KC je verovatno već prvi. Mislim, nema tu sad nešto haos puno vremena da se igra uopšte, let's.
They're trying to find them, trying to spot anything, but Yike is already hiding here in the tri-bush. And sure, Douglas is playing a tank, but he's not that tanky. Kana goes very deep here. Nafot is looked a little bit sketchy after the Sonya, but he manages to buy a lot of time, Protobelt out as the Popule comes out and actually saves him. He knocks away one of the carries.
KC will be able to take the Baron off that. Now 10,000 gold in the lead. 30 minutes in. They still have all these tier 2s to take. They will begin their advance towards them. Hype trying to do what he can to clear out mid before KC go on that offensive.
Let's see if we can get a cleaner Baron setup now from KC. Last game, the first Baron was a little bit awkward.
It was very awkward.
It was very awkward, but there's a bunch of tier 2s they can try to get first at least. So they're gonna now do the 1-4 again, where they send 4 people up here, but this time they leave the top laner mid. Not an AD carry, the top laner is staying mid, he's half rotating. He has Yike and Busio there to cover him in case Team Heretics will get any funny ideas.
Wave synced at the same time though.
Very nicely played by KC.
Top and mid crash together. Now the mid wave is going to crash slightly early.
You have a choice here. Do you go into the bot tier 2 or do you keep sieging on these 2 lanes?
Oh, Kana trading with Hype with the Flame Spitter. Tries to get away as he's gone into that overload. Hype still on him. Equalizer down as Hype is able to get one. Meanwhile, on the top side, KC still looking for the inhibitor tower. They'll take it. Yike stuns up Douglas. Busio on the chase. Beat drop. Gets one. Nature's Gas comes out as well. Let's shot blast from chasing will chunk out Busio a little bit, but nothing too substantial. The inhibitor tower in the top side did fall.
Maybe it's not the AD carries, maybe it's the maybe it's just the mid wave. Why does everyone die on this mid wave? He literally just has to stand max range and buff the cannon creep so they can hit.
But that way you don't get the minions.
The problem is you feel so strong. You have Mountain Soul, you have 3 items, you feel so powerful, but still numbers are more valuable than just the Mountain Soul. Kinda feeling a little bit overconfident on the mid wave. That pesky mid wave.
They still have a minute on this Baron though.
But CERN might get an objective.
Mislim da im nije ni bitno. Mislim imaju minut za Baron, imaju 3,5 minuta za Eldera, tako da mogu samo čekaju i to. Acki, bit će danas da, bit će late night, samo nisam 100% siguran u kom trenutku ću upaliti, ali upalit ću sigurno večeras. Samo pitanje je da li sad posle leca moram da idem nešto da rešavam, pa kad se vratim kući palim stream, ili ne moram i onda samo jedan bacim tu šta god i live sam. Tako da ne znam samo u kom ću trenutku upaliti, ali hoću upalit ću, igra mi se Lola što je najjače, ću malo klikćem. Tako da neki League of Legends će biti, samo je pitanje tačno kad.
Half of the tower, a little bit more than half the tower with that first wave push.
Nature's grasp. Yite's gonna tank it. Kana steps into it. Yeah, cat fan. There's Casey waiting for this next wave. They have 10 seconds left on the Baron buff, so this will be the final wave they can.
Jajk, wow, dobar ugao. Kako clean od Jajka.
Takes his third kill of the game. Now Casey very willing to step forward as 5. Busio chunked out a little bit. 7 gets some McHale's on him.
Though, they don't have that many ults.
Yike going in, Glacial Storm down as well. Yike tanking his tower for an absolute age. Encore out.
Ba, nemam šta da dam, lekcije god. Pitanje je li u ovom wave'u završava Casey ili čeka sljedeći. Ja mislim da je ovaj wave verovatno odgovor. Malka je, kao što smo očekivali, bio beyond useless. Mislim, nije kao da je ostatak ekipe išta uradio i mislim da nije sad Douglas kriv što su izgubili game, ali generalno gledane sa Malka, stvarno stvari su bile van njegovih ruku. Stvarno ništa nije mogao da uradi. Lepo, nema šta. KC dominacija, zaslužen Storm 35 minuta. Je također bio malo duži, ali sa svim pauzama i svim ostalim bilo kako bilo jako čisto određeno od ekipe KC-a. Nakon pobeđivanja glavnih rivala, mislim da im je sve ostalo bilo samo, da kažemo, neka rutina. Tako da za ekipu KC-a stvarno svaka čast, izgledaju jako clean. Ja ću pustiti malkice intervju do rana, idem da proverim što sve trebam da rešim danas, tako da što se leca tiče, lec se nastavlja tek u petak. Sutra... Da, sutra imamo EBL, sutra je u stvari EBL Super Week, tako da sutra imamo EBL nakon toga. Let se nastavlja u petak. Tako da ljudi moji, eto, ja se nadam da ste uživali u lecu. Postavit ćemo ovo malo do rana. I onda se vidimo večeras na streamu.
Nuke said in an interview that they want to develop this year, but we're gonna toss it right now to PGL, where Lore, Dagda, Jack Spectra, and Kalist is sitting to break down that game. Or talk about the game.
They can do either.
Yay! We're here. Gonna break down the game. All this series.
Yeah.
Hi.
Hello.
How was that?
Yeah, it was kinda chill, kinda long games, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it was unexpectedly long, given how dominant you guys were, I feel.
Yeah, I mean, I think we could probably end the games quicker. I think obviously we're a bit sick, right? I think there's a lot of people being a bit sick in the LEC right now.
Yeah.
So we are part of them. So I mean, obviously it's not an excuse, right? We should play better, but obviously we are trying to rest a bit and come back stronger for the next weeks. And make sure we're like in a good shape for our playoffs, worlds, qualification and stuff.
Yeah.
And also, I feel like, for example, game 1 in this meta, since there's a lot of mage, a lot of Ezreal, a lot of Ziggs, a lot of Victor, and like wave clearing champions, then if teams just want to give up all their camps and stuff and just don't play and wait for objectives, then they can, right?
Yeah.
So game one, we had this like we are struggling a bit to end the game, but I think game two we could probably close it
Do you
earlier,
think
right?
the draft in game one also made it a bit harder, since you don't have the DPS because you're double mage, and your engage is kind of just yike finding an insect, right? There's no like real easy way to pull the trigger.
Yeah, I mean in the game one we don't really have just easy way, right? Like for example the game two we have like Ash Arrow, Rumble Ult, Anivia and all the stuff, so there's a way more tool. The game one draft is way more focused on fighting and getting a lead in the early mid game, and after that we don't really have much options. We thought that like in this game that the best option was to play 3 lanes and just play with our advantage, right?
Yeah. Like that, we expected this game to be kind of one-sided, which it was, but any shining lights on the side of Heretics for maybe the rest of the season or other opponents they're gonna have?
I mean, I still think there's like windows where Douglas can find opportunities into
Yeah.
the game. Like, I think he had some good Maokai ultimates without the pauses,
Yeah,
but
the-
like, I
the
think he
bugs
did
of Maokai ultimates.
some decent ones, right? So I think that's kind of where my focus is, because I do have a lot of respect for Douglas as a player, and that's
Yeah.
kind of where I keep my eyes on. And against like simpler opponents, I think he might have a chance to actually try and get some early game rolling for them.
What do you think about Hype, List, coming now into the league? Were you impressed by the Hype way bot lane?
Honestly, I'm not sure yet. We played only 2 games, and like the game one, I was just playing Victor and pressing laser
That's true,
on
but I assume
laser on
maybe
his
you
head.
scrimmed maybe you didn't scrim them. Did you scrim them?
We didn't really scrim them, to be fair. So honestly, I don't have much data for now to judge him.
Fair enough, fair enough.
You were talking about the Maokai, the pauses and everything. Yeah. You guys were laughing a lot. So,
No, I
is
mean-
there anything you can tell us about what the hell was going on there in the
I
comms?
mean, basically